Let's go. Happy Tuesday, everybody, and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, a couple of announcements that came through. You guys already know. Man, the birthright citizenship, what the court continues to get the message wrong, don't they? I will never understand the logic of those who call themselves to be so wise and the great interpreters of the law, especially of the Constitution. I just don't understand why these people today, I mean, we see all these libtards and, these people just losing the common sense and the way that they critically think. They're very low IQ. The one thing that it just never fits in my brain, that doesn't fit on me, it's how can you say that a child is under the full jurisdiction of the government? I just don't understand that. I really don't understand that, because children don't belong to the government. We know that. It is a God-given right. The children belong to the parents. And because the parents fall under the full jurisdiction of a foreign country or entity or prince or potentate, I just don't understand why these so-called supreme judges just don't have that common sense in their way of interpreting the law. Now, I don't care. Fuck every American that thinks that every enemy and foreigner can come over here and plant eggs, so to speak, in our country. Fuck you all very much. You guys are stupid. You guys don't care about saving America. You guys don't care about protecting American values. You guys are just ignorant people that are destroying your country, and you don't even know how. You don't even know why. It's so crazy to me that Americans are willing to let this country just be destroyed. I hope that there's other things that we can do to push forward. And since we lost this, I don't know if anybody else will ever be able to appeal it again. But since we lost this birthright citizenship argument, the least that I expect or want or wish that these anchor babies would do is learn to love America. Learn to appreciate the privilege and the gift that you have been given to be an American citizen. At least do that. At least do that. That's all we can ask for. With that being said, welcome everybody. I see you guys on here. Let me see who is here on the chat. Ender, good morning. How are you? Unc Andy, always supporting. Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you guys in here. My man, of course, he is in here. Man, thank you so much, man, for real. I really want to thank you guys for your support. To see you guys here every morning is just fantastic. Or, man, not every morning, but I'm trying to keep this at 9 a.m. You noticed that, right? The last three shows, what I'm saying? 9 a.m., whatever. I am trying to actually have a fit schedule. Now, I can guarantee you that we're going to go for 5.5, 6 hours every day. It should be no longer than 2 hours, honestly. It shouldn't. But, but there's some times that, we get into some stuff, and I like to continue to look through some more updates and videos and information that we can comment and discuss. Three things that have happened in the court. And I'm happy. At least we got one of them. 1 out of 3, I think. It's a good thing. The second thing that we didn't get was to have some sort of order or accuracy on the way that ballots are counted. There's no priority for clean elections. I'm not sure why. I mean, I know why, but I'm not sure why it's allowed to happen. But we did get one win, and that is that a couple of states, Idaho, I can't remember what the other one is. Maybe we'll find a clip that will tell us. There is a law now in Idaho. No biological man in women's sports. I know, guys, it's probably nothing to a lot of you now. By now, it's probably nothing, but to me, it is a serious issue. We really don't want to have men in women's sport. Not even in golf. I mean, what sport can women do and fight against men? Chess, checkers. You know what I'm saying? Mental games they can go ahead and do. Anything that has to do with like physical advantage, I don't think that women should be put to that sort of thing. So it's one of those things to where you can just go kind of up and down, whichever way you want to go. It really is up to people. But I would like to believe that we live in a society where we have civilization. Civilization has come up. I believe that we're in a society we're more civilized. We're more understanding. We have more common sense of what is right and what is wrong. And I think sometimes people they just don't want to live life in that manner. They want to live life chaotically. You already know this. Like there's a lot of people here in the States and probably throughout the world, And I know Hollywood is as a big influencer. I talked to Brian about this before and shared with some of you guys that Hollywood is a big influencer on the way that people think about the way they want to live. And you have this survivor, shows, and you go and survive in Alaska, in the wilderness and the cold, and all this other stuff, and then people find that there's a lot of adrenaline and attraction to that. And as I was sharing yesterday, right, with our beautiful, wise elder Navajo, Mr. Wally Brown, I really respect him. You guys have no idea. I really respect him. Maybe he's not that respected among his people. I would doubt it that he's not. But to me, he means a lot. And I don't know him, but the way that, his history and the values that he carries with him, I admire him very much. But with that being said, Hollywood paints this ideology that somehow living back in the days, before the settlers came into the Americas, that was a great thing. And you guys heard me and give you some of my story from from the Mayan civilizations, from the Aztecs. They were killing us. We were killing each other. We were sacrificing each other. I mean, we were stupid. We were savages. That's just the way it is. A lot of witchcraft, and demonic rituals and blood sacrifices and hearts and all this, a bunch of stuff. I don't really want to get into it too much, but that is the reality of what it used to be back then. And I don't think I would like to live in those times as much as I love nature, as much as I would like to see more trees, and the kind of jungle life, that the Central and South America have. I just wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change what we have today, the knowledge that we have acquired, the things that we have accomplished, and the way that we're able to, look at us today. Here we are on a podcast. There's a lot of losers out there doing podcasts. There's a lot of smart people and winners doing podcasts, and technology is moving forward. You cannot be ignorant and be naive and just ignore that we had to keep up with all those things. So Mr. Wally Brown, I really truly respect him. He is older than me. I see him as either a father or a big brother, however it fits. But the bottom line is he is an elder, in the Navajo Nation community, and his wisdom it makes sense. It's common sense. His wisdom makes sense to me, and it fits with what I believe and the way that I talk and the way that I am and the way that I was taught, the way that I am connected with nature and the way that I am connected with society and the way that civilization is moving forward. I think a lot of people just don't know how to balance everything in one place, and we have to be like, not like a chameleon, but there is an animal that's called chapin. Oh, no, not chapin, guanaco. It's called guanaco. This is the what we call Salvadorians. This is a national animal. I don't know, it's sort of like a lizard or something. But, this animal adapts in any type of situation. He just adapts. It's a survival, and that's how I think that we should be. We should be adapting to the changes in our world, not just in our life, in our world. And I think some people can't see beyond certain points. But you know what? That's what we're here for, right? We're here to give people a different opinion. We're here to give people something to think about, maybe some information that they may have missed. But the most important thing is that we are here to communicate the truth. And hopefully, we can all come together in agreement. Sometimes we agree to disagree. That's okay. That's all right. I'm okay with that. But man, so good to be here. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera show. My name is Dennis Herrera. Yes, no hat today. We can have all the libtards come in here and make fun of my no hat. They're so used to seeing me with a hat. So today we're going to trigger them by not wearing a hat. Salud, my friends. Not bad. Not bad. Stay thirsty. Believe it or not, that is my first sip of coffee today. And it feels glorious. No, I mixed it with my mushroom coffee. I know I stopped drinking it, but you guys already know I got a new agenda. I am pumping up some iron, getting these arms back to where they should be, getting the man boobs to tighten up and lift up a little bit, make it look more like a manly chest. Trying to get rid of the big keg, big beer belly. Not really a beer belly, but, trying to get the keg down to a six-pack. We're trying to cut it down. So, I started doing my exercising, and you guys have seen me doing my little shake, my little protein shakes. They really work, man. It's crazy. When I was young, I never did, I did drink some protein, but it wasn't like a consistent thing. And I just thought that it didn't make a difference, so I didn't really do it. But one thing that happens with me is like when I work out, my muscle does come back fast. I don't know why, but it comes back fast. I do notice some things, though, that are not coming back fast in the muscle that I thought I would have. But, I am in a new goal, and I got I know Brian, I think I told everybody, but I know Brian for sure. I told you that I got some dumbbells, for my birthday. I bought those for myself. And the adjustable ones, they go up to 55 pounds. I know it's not that much, but believe me, it's freaking heavy when you have all of them in there. It goes up to 55 pounds on each dumbbell, and it goes all the way down to like 5 or 6 pounds, I think, or something like that. And I just been enjoying using it. I got my little bench. It was like $129 retail price. I paid $89 with taxes. It's not like a huge bench. I just need a small bench so that I can go ahead and, fit in a small room. And, man, I was working out yesterday. My chest actually feels sore today, which I'm very happy. It's not joint pain. That pain is, there is no gain on that pain. Let me tell you that right now. There's no gain. And so I'm very happy that my joints are not hurting. I'm able to do my reps. I was doing triple sets yesterday. And, man, I feel very grateful to God for giving me that opportunity. So with that being said, I'm drinking my protein. I am having one meal a day, like one solid meal a day. And then I'm trying to drink 2 protein shakes every day. This is just something I'm doing for myself. Nobody's told me that this works. This is just something I'm doing for myself. And I can tell you, it's only been 4 days. It's only been 4 days, but I can tell you that I can feel the difference in my arms. That some of the cuts will come in later with time. I know how that works, but I do see a difference and I do feel a difference. So I'm excited to see where this journey is going to take me personally. If you guys have been struggling with weight, listen, it's never too late to start, right? I know. You guys know I got to try this on my tailbone. That's the biggest pain in the ass, literally. But I was able to do sit-ups, like really good form sit-ups, not the half-ass sit-up, a full sit-up, and it hurt. And it just seemed like the pain went down to 50% pain. So I was able to do my reps okay. So I know that that's going to come down. And then also I got to also make time to do some long walks and jogging or running. I can do, but it's very painful. So I try just to stay mobile. You guys are my age or older. You know what I'm talking about. Some of you guys are older than me and are very fit. That's fantastic, man. Congratulations. But those of you who are struggling, with weight, a lot of fatigue and things like that. Guys, we got to do something, and nobody gonna do it for us. We got to do it for ourselves. So I feel very excited that I'm doing it. It's not easy. You would think that you will be like the young guy that just looks at the weights and be like, oh, let me grab those weights. Oh, let me work out. No, it's not like that. Now it's like, shit, this is heavy. Man, ow, ow, ow. You just whine and bitch and complain about everything. But you got to push through it. You got to do it. All right, that is my advice from today. Let's continue on to my man. Oh, no, my man. I already said it. My bad. Brian, ready? What's up? Yeah, man, I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate you guys being here. Let me see where we at. Where we at with all these comments? Let me see. Rusty, ice, baby. Let's go. Scott Burren, good to have my Canadian, eh? Thank you for joining us, my friend. Always good to see you. You know why? Because you're a Canadian. I never met you in life, in person. But the fact that we can connect through YouTube, you know what I'm saying? The fact that we can sit here, whether it's incognito or it's not. The fact that we can communicate, bro, and be on the same page. And, it sort of brings a hope or a little light that shines, of hope in the world. And there's people that come here from the UK. You know what I'm saying? There's people from Honduras. Well, some of them, they hate me, but, but there's people from all over the world that actually come into my chat. Eventually they come in and say hi or whatever. Sometimes they stick around for the whole show. Sometimes they just stick around for like 10, 15 minutes. It's okay. I understand people's lives got to go on. The Dennis Herrera show is not here to keep you from, living your life. Now, if you are working, you're in a place where you can have some earbuds or whatever, then you can listen to the BS that we talk on here, and, you can have fun and make fun of me and the people that come on and the comments that I make. And, just when I get irate, when I get passionate, when I get pissed off, and you can enjoy all those moods because they're real moods. They're not pretends. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm a big joker, and I always try to make a laugh of things, but... you know what I'm saying? You can get the good side of me or the bad side of me. I always say that to people. Let's see. We're gonna ignore some of the libtards. See, when you guys don't have no decor, when you guys have no respect, when you have no way to try to have a conversation with me, I understand that you get frustrated that I'm always calling people libtards and retards and ignorant and all this stuff. I do that because I want to express that there is a freedom of speech. That is the whole point about me doing all that. I want you to understand that. But then I also want you to understand, and I would think that adults, at least adults, would understand that when you come into my channel, it's like you coming into my house. You know what I'm saying? This is my house. YouTube allows me to have this virtual house where I podcast and I talk with you. I'm entertaining you. We're having fun. You know what I mean? And so you got to understand, when you come in here, you have to be respectful. You know why? Because you come in my house. And I always ask people, you guys should know by now, well, like 75% of the people that come in here daily are new people, so I get it. They probably won't know. But all I ask is, listen, don't make fun of my president. I'm just asking you that as a favor. Don't make fun of my president. And the problem with that, the reason why I say that is because when you start hating on Trump, it automatically tells me that you're not serious about having the conversation. You're not serious about protecting America. You're not serious about what we're serious about in this podcast. And this podcast really is for American citizens. This is for us to have a conversation. This is not for you to come and make fun of my accent. So what if I have an accent? Who gives a shit? Fuck you very much for acknowledging that. I'm not here so that you can go ahead and make fun of my looks. That's not what it's all about. Should I be making fun of your looks? Send me a picture. Let me see what I can come up with. I'm sure there's a lot of, subject matter in there that I can, believe me, I will find all your freaking imperfections and detail. But I just want you to know that when I give you my respect, you have earned it. When I give you my love, bro, you have earned it. I mean, it's just like I give my love to everybody. But when I show it to you, bro, you have earned it. And I always give people a choice. I'll give you a choice today. Do you want to be praised, or do you want me to cuss you out? Either way, you can have one of those things. It's your choice, right? Nay, that's the choice, our choice. You make a decision if you want to have a happy life or a sad, sour life. If you don't love yourself and you hate Trump, listen, you gotta forgive Trump for whatever the hell you think he did to you. You gotta forgive him. Forgive your mother. Forgive your father. And then you're gonna start seeing yourself. You know what I mean? You gotta let go some things, guys. You gotta let go some things. Anyways, yes, I do ramble a lot because I like to do a lot of weaving. You know what I mean? Like the president says, a lot of weaving, the art of the weave. The art of the weave. All right, well, who do we got here? What else is, let's see, Wilbur Burgess is gay. I got you, bro. I understand. I say he's gay because he's got a picture of his man next to him. But chaotically is, to me, is the definition of a libtard. The leftist, socialist, communist, Marxist, Democrats. That's living chaotically. They have no peace. They don't love each other. They don't know who they are. They're trying to mutilate our children because they're not happy with what they have. They don't appreciate the little girls. They don't appreciate the little boys. They don't protect the innocent. Matter of fact, they protect criminals, but they don't protect the criminals that we think that are not criminals. You know what I'm saying? It's chaotic. It's chaotic. It's like it doesn't matter what I say. To them, it's always going to be the opposite. So if I'm saying, like, for example, I support President Trump. He's not a criminal. He's not a pedophile. But to them, I'm supporting and defending a pedophile and a criminal, and he's not. So that's living chaotically, living in a fantasy world where you just hate this person and you just can't get out of it. You gotta love yourself, man. You know what I mean? You gotta give yourself a chance. Okay. All right. With that being said, let's see what else we got in here. Okay, we'll ignore the jackasses. Cap for life, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome. Good morning. Good to have you in here. Let's say, what else do we got? Somebody's got this moron picture. Let me take a look at this picture. Who the hell has who? Oh wait, hold on. I forgot. I have to log in to monitor my live. Give sec. You might hear a little echo in here while I get in. Say, yeah, there we go. What else? Hold on. Essay. What else do we got? Somebody's got this. There we go. All right. So now that I got this here, then now I can actually pay attention to what's going on the chat. See, I have the chat on the Streamlabs. It shows me the chat, but it doesn't give me the access that I have on the actual browser for YouTube. So I like to bring up that browser chat on here. It looks like there's a lot of freaking people being blocked. What the hell, guys? I'm saying good morning, man. I'm coming in here with some positivity. I took a hold on. I came in here giving compliments. I came in here giving you a way to express yourself. I gave you a way to choose between being an adult, mature person or just being some ignorant, libtard, retard, socialist, Marxist, communist. I mean, so many freaking names now. The Democratic Party has literally become like an alphabet people. There's so many letters to the Democratic Party now. It is ridiculous. I'm just going to concentrate on my members. Jason Martin, good to see you on here. Let's see what we got here today. Ross, why are you here? Destiny has his own channel along with Piker. Yeah, there you go, guys. Go support your leftist libtards. The retarded people, the retarded communists that you support. Why don't you go support them? Let us conservatives, Americans, share what American values are. A lot of people don't know what that is, but, it is what it is. All right, let's see. Oh man, the zinc roofer went bye-bye. What happened? Let's see what he had. Let's see. He talked shit to the chat. Freedom of speech on this channel. Sure. It's again. He didn't pay attention. You don't pay attention. See, that's the problem with you guys. Jason, no more blocking people. Hopefully, you're not banning. Jason, if you're just blocking for time limits, it's okay, but don't ban people, please. I will ban. Never ban somebody. You can give him up to 30-minute timeout, okay? If you're gonna do my moderator, do that for me, and I'll appreciate it. But when I see somebody banned, that means I did that. And when I ban somebody, I try not to bring them out. I always give them a benefit of doubt. You know what I mean? That they changed their. No, they're still the same. The zinc roofer is one of those guys. That's just the way it is. Hammerman. What's the other guys? Let me see. Hammerman. Somebody put the names on there of the trolls. Let me see how much you guys know about the trolls that come in here. Tanya, good morning. Good afternoon, sis. I know you're over there past noon already. I can't wait for the Liptars to come in here and tell me, man, this guy never shuts up. That's right. And that's why we have the Dennis Herrera Show. If I stood here quiet, how entertaining is that? It just really isn't. So there's that. Infidel, good to see you on here for the second time. And I notice some of the people that come here and visit me once in a while. I appreciate it. First of all, Jimmy, you got to learn how to speak, how to spell, bro. I know you're trying to do some slang, I think, or that's just the way that you type in English. But you should really get that in check. Let's see, just the usual ignorant, liberal, retard language. Dennis, nothing missed. All right, fantastic. I trust you. Love you, Jason. Jason Martin, you're the man, brother. You know I love you. No, don't ever get mad at me for correcting you, okay? You know where we stand. We've had a long conversation before. We know who we are. Just know we're always going to be on the same side. Let's see. Who else do I have in here? Anybody else that is important enough for me to say hello to? Oh, yes. Stewie Girl. There you are. Stewie Girl. Good to have you here. Man, I'll tell you, I said this a couple of times already, maybe 100 times. But I love the sisters and the brothers that come in here, man. You guys rock, man. You know why I like you? Let me tell you. Let's be honest. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons, to be honest, why I love you. And I know that people throw that word love around like nothing. But let me tell you what I mean by love. There's certain levels of love. I can love my brother, right? Because we're blood related and we live together most of our lives, and we have learned from each other. But we're biological brothers, and that never ends. Yeah, we can disown each other, but at the end of the day, we're still going to be brothers. And then there is the love, paternal love, right? You have a love with your parents. You love them so much, you want to hug them and kiss them, and you need them by your side, and you want them forever. And then you have your love for your wife or your husband. And that one just goes a little bit beyond. That just means that you get intimate with them, but everything else it should always be the same as well. And then there's the love that I give you guys. And the reason why I love you is because I love this country, and you guys are trying to defend it. You're defending something that I love. I respect and admire the American people because I understand the history that this country has gone through, in my country, in other countries, and this has become the greatest country on earth. So the fact that you are part of the country that I love you for that. And then I love other things that you bring into my life, like when you come into my chat and you drop in some data, some numbers, some facts, some common sense thing. You do some critical thinking. There's some stuff that I may miss. You correct me sometimes, if I misspeak or if I missay this, I'm muted or, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? I love that about you, and I can literally say that I love you because I don't have to see you in person to know where your heart lies. And I always feel a connection with those who have the same heart that I have in some way or manner. And that's something that we don't get from the liptards. You know what I mean? It's just something that we don't get from those hateful people who we have nothing in common. And that's another thing that I love about you, that we have a lot in common. Maybe you're an alcoholic. How about not? Maybe you're cheating on your husband, your wife. Hey, listen, you're gonna pay the price for that consequence. But for the most part, it's like we agree on a lot of things, and that's why I love you. So when I say I love you, I know why I say it. I guarantee you 100% libtards don't know why they say I love you. They don't even know what love is. They say that they love their children, but they want to mutilate them. They say they love their children, but they can't wait to color their hairs rainbow. They say they love their children, and yet they allow the devil to use them for their will. They say they love their children, but really, in reality, what they're saying is, I just love the money that I get back on my taxes. That's the difference between us and them. We love our children. We love our children so that they can be better than we are. We correct them from the mistakes that we made when we were younger. That's us. That's who we are. That's who, most of you guys will probably agree with me right now, right? We made mistakes when we were teenagers. We shouldn't allow our children to make the same mistakes. And listen, if you are that one person that says, hey, listen, I made that mistake, I can't tell you anything, let me correct you right now. No. You need to put your foot down and be like, listen, I love you. I went through this life because I was stupid. I was ignorant. And because I have learned and I have experience on this situation, I'm telling you, don't do it, period. Why? Because you are my son or my daughter, and I love you, and I have already been there. I have suffered because I didn't listen to my parents. So listen to me, because I acknowledge that my parents were right. Man, there's just a way to discipline and to be a good parent. One of the things that you're going to see that is very continuous, very obvious, and it just never changes on libtards. I want you to know this. When they come in here, like I'll give you an example. So Southwestern Texas is a racist guy. Now, you guys don't know what cara de nopal means, but that's a racist slur. It is racist, and he's fucking stupid if he doesn't know that it's racist. Because that's what you call a Mexican, a cactus face. Imagine calling a Mexican a cactus face. It is racist. They call their Indians niggers, ignorant. That's what they call their Indians. They are racist. And I'm telling you, if you come into this country, you will know this from the same people. They come in here and just insult instead of giving us information. The difference between me is, like, I give you all this information. And I generalize on those on the opposite side of me. I don't call nobody directly until they call me directly. You know what I mean? So they get offended because they know I'm telling the truth. Because truth hurts. And every single time that you have a libtard, you will know them because they don't understand. They don't have no common sense. They have a lot of information, and they always want to call me and they want to debate me. Oh, let's debate. They think they're going to own me. And they have the little cheerleaders, the mangina guys, the libtards with that are pussies who actually have a penis and testicles. Maybe little ones, but they still have testicles. Maybe a little penis, but they still have a penis. They have them to cheer them on. Oh, my God, this guy just cooked Dennis. Oh, yeah, this right is right. The guy is so retarded on the phone, and these guys are cheering for the retard on the phone. I just don't get it, guys. This is something that is common with the libtard, And what's crazy is this is so crazy. What's crazy is that Democrats only want illegal immigrants for two reasons. One of them is politically, and the other one is to enslave them. They want to pay them at cheap wages. And they grab illegal immigrants because the Democrats think that illegal immigrants are stupid, that they're ignorant, that they're just these third world country shithole dwellers that they can mold and do whatever the hell they want with them. And what's crazy is that when they come into my chat, they prove me they're right. These guys are just, oh my God, bro. Illegal immigrants. This is why they vote for Democrats. And I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but that's just the way it is. But you know what's fantastic? Before you put something stupid on the chat, what's fantastic is that nobody knows that that's you. Maybe with the people that I'm talking about, they don't exist on this chat. You know what I'm saying? So when you put something on there, well, you're really just telling on yourself. You're not telling on me. The way you comment on the chat, I'm going to tell you right now, the way you comment on your chat tells us who you are. And if it bothers you that I called you a libtard or retard or a communist or this, then don't act like it. Change the way that you do things. Change the way you talk. Change the way you express yourself. You know what I noticed? Something that happened. I mean, it happens all the time, right? But 80s, 90s, every generation, every decade, every year, every month, every day, things always change. And one of the things that I noticed when I was growing up in the 80s, 70s, I was too young, but in the 80s, we started to get this rebellious attitude from teenagers, running away from home, the drunk alcoholic father, the mother that's cheating on her husband, with all these men, like, you got movies like Forrest Gump, and his mom is getting humped upstairs by some guy that doesn't give a shit about her. And, Forrest Gump is just sitting downstairs listening to the banging on the floor, on the bed and all this other stuff. That is the change that the United States and the world has taken. I mean, Hollywood has been promoting everything throughout the world. So everybody kind of assimilates to that, and they assimilate to the bad things, not the good things. And that is a point that we're trying to make every day in our life. But, we started having all these rebellious people in the 80s, teenagers yelling back at their moms. I mean, a lot of them, they were right. There's a lot of rappers like Tupac, right? Tupac was a womanizer. He belittled women. He treated them like hoes. And then he makes a video about, keep your head up. Hey, women, when the real men stand up, keep your head up, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes around and makes another song and says, I get around. Rap-a-pa, rap-a-pa, I get around. You know what I'm saying? He's over there hoeing around, using women as a piece of meat. And then you have, of course, the rock and roll and drugs, right? That's just the way it is. Sex, drugs, and women. I mean, there's so many things out there that have been corrupting our generations. At some point, some of you, okay, I did do drugs, I guess, but very temporary. And but there's a lot of us who have lived through a life of sinful nature, and we have made all of these mistakes. This is not a good life. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That's guys. That's not a way to live. That is horrible. So the 80s, I seen this, and then the 90s, it got worse. And in the 90s, I start hearing teenagers, when I grow up, I'm going to let my kids do whatever the hell they want. F you, Mom. Whoa, wait a minute. Who the hell tells their mom, F you, Mom? Come on now. If you're on my side, you already know that's wrong, and you might have changed that. A lot of real men, oh no, I inhale. All right, here, I'm going to give you my drug experience. Let's give the libtards something they want to hear. Here we go. Clip this so that you can play this video when I run for governor here in Washington State. Salud. Give me a second here first. Go grab your cup of Joe. Don't worry. This is going to be a good one today. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. All right. This is right before I got married the first time. I fell in love. Well, I didn't fall in love with this girl. I like this girl. Now, I defended her because somebody tried to rape her, and I defended her, and that's why she wanted to marry me. Okay? Let's just go with that. Now, her parents, her father was black, her mother was white, And this is one of those white socialist women that like just black men. That's it. She only likes black men. No white men, no brown men, just black men. All right. Now, they both smoke weed, and, of course, the father drink alcohol. I mean, I was 21 years old, so, I drink a couple of beers. I've always been very good. I've always been a very good drunk, to be honest. I'm the loving, annoying one, not the fighting and rage one. I have more patience when I'm drunk. And I don't like to get drunk, actually. More like buzzed, not drunk. Drunk is when you can't stand up and you just, it's horrible. It's horrible. I don't like it. I don't like being not in control of my body. But anyway, the fact is that she came to my apartment, right? We were just going out. She came to my apartment with a little 20, a little bag of weed, $20. Little bag of weed, $20. Hey, if you're under the age of 18, you might want to have some permission from your parents. I know I put that disclosure on my description so everybody knows. All right, with that being said, if you are a minor, hopefully this will teach you some lesson in life. $20 bag. So she was going to smoke that with me, and she took one puff, and I smoked the rest of the bag. Yes, I was very high already. And then we went to her sister's apartment, because we all live in the same complex. So we went to her sister's apartment. We said, hey, we're going to go to your mom's house. Let's go. And she says, oh, wait a minute. I'm knifing some weed. So she's knifing some weed. And I said, okay, fine. Let's go ahead and take a couple of puffs of this. So, and I was still very, very high. We end up going to her parents' house. Yes, in the same apartment complexes. I'm telling you, man, this is the ghetto hood right here. And everything is cool. I mean, I'm high as a motherfucker. You know what I mean? I was very high. And the smell of weed, I can't stand it. But this is what happened. Apparently, somebody came into the house of her parents and they brought a joint. Pass the joint. Puff, puff, pass. You know what I mean? Puff, puff, pass. Man, after I puff a couple of times on that joint, I started to fall asleep. And I got my eyes closed. And we have the stereo. It's playing some music. You know what I'm saying? It's playing some love music. Because the father, the black man, he's playing some 60s, 70s love music. You know what I'm saying? Some Marvin Gaye stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Barry White stuff. The good things. The good music. The good music. And I'm having this experience too where, like, all of a sudden, the music was echoey. And every time somebody will talk, it would sound like an echo. I started tripping. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know, somebody laid something with something. I don't know, somebody tricked me into something. I don't know what happened. But I had my eyes closed, I think. I'm sure. Hopefully. And I was in free fall. And I will free fall into this really weird blue, green, red, and puzzling time. Like the black light pictures that they give you, for when you're smoking chronic. You know what I mean? They got those little Jamaican colors, black light pictures like that. And I remember, you guys ever watch the Gladiator? Remember when he dies? They pick him off the ground, and then he just sees the ground, it's just kind of moving. Yeah. I had two people grab me by the arms and drag me. Not pick me up. They dragged me to my apartment, man, and I was in the third floor. And I remember, yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. And I remember that I was gone. Everything was just crazy. So they threw me on the bed, and as soon as they threw me on the bed, holy smoke, bro. It's like the room started spinning out of control, and I just got off the bed verily like a very drunk dude, except I didn't drink alcohol. And I feel so nauseous and also disgusting and this and that. And I went to the bathroom and just let that toilet have it. I say, F you, I'm going to give you all of this shit. You know what I mean? And I started just blah on it. And since then, I hate the smell of weed. It makes me nauseous. So that's my bad experience. And what I would say to you is this: I will never, ever smoke weed again. Ever. It was just a horrible experience. And maybe that's what I needed. Who knows? Maybe that's why God allowed me to do it. But I just can't stand it. Now, I understand that some people smoke marijuana. They really do for medicinal purposes, or if you like it for recreational, you're just going to stink worse than anybody else. But, that's my experience. So you want to go ahead and clip that video, and you can play it when I run for governor here in a couple of years. Maybe. We'll see what happens in a couple of years. I might not even be in this country anymore. Who knows? All right, but that's my story. And, for some of you libtards that think that I have something to hide, I don't give a shit about anything that I have done in my life, because everybody has done it today, and worse than I have. I mean, the libtards, guys, not you guys, but the libtards that are voting for this Nazi Democrats, for this communists. I mean, they're literally communists. They're telling you that they're communists, and they vote for them. I can't look any worse than that. And if people vote for them, I will come back and throw it in their face and be like, hey, remember the tactic that you always use? You always blamed us for doing this, and that. Well, bitch, you did worse than me. You did that, this, and that, and this. How dare you come and judge me? You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen. The world doesn't know me yet. Let me just tell you that right now. Now, for all of you libtards that don't know, this is just sharing this with my family here on my channel. I have fed thousands of people with an organization, of course. We have clothed thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. This is fantastic. It's a phenomenal reward. It's a good feeling to be able to give. I'm very proud of that. Most people don't know. Most people that come in here from the left that are new, that they don't know me, they come in here and they just start just dishing all these nasty, negative things towards me without ever bringing not 1 ounce of courteousness. Not once. They're in automatic garbage mode. Like they don't know how to be human beings for some reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I mean, I understand why everybody on the left does it. I mean, it's obvious that they support criminality. It is obvious that they support, illegal immigration. They don't care for this country. I get it. It's obvious. But some of us, we learn from our mistakes, and we teach our children not to do those things. And others are just like so rebellious and sour, and they hate their parents, and all they can do is just teach their children to hate America. And they just all look the same. Why is it that every libtard has to have a rainbow, some sort of colored hair, and some hella piercings everywhere? Why are they the same way? Why do they always act the same? Why do they do that? What the fuck is wrong with these people? Man, I'm telling you, bro. America. Only in America. Anyways, that is my story. It's a true story. I got shit-faced. And, let me just tell you, it will never happen again. It was a good experience for me not to do those things again. Now, there is a video that I have from Mike Johnson. You guys know I love Mike Johnson, but he's making some remarks at the House of the GOP press conference. Let's see if we get anything new from him. Let me go ahead and reiterate before I play his video. Let me see if I got the best resolution. Oh, my gosh. 360p. That is the resolution that they created this on, so it's going to look like shit. But nonetheless, we're going to listen to what he says and see what happens. But I want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of this live. Hold on. Guys, you know what I love about coffee sometimes? Sometimes I get the right mix and I get this coffee and explosion of flavors right here in the mouth. And I can feel the hot just land on my stomach. You guys ever experience that? You guys ever pay attention to something like that? It's so phenomenal. It's fantastic. Never gets old. All right. So what I said at the beginning of the introduction of my life today, the judicial court ruled 3 things today. One of them, which is good, no men and women sports. Now, I could be wrong, or maybe I misunderstood, or, somebody misinformed me. But the birthright citizenship is still legit. Apparently, the ignorant judicial Supreme Court doesn't understand. And I'm going to say this. I'm not going to blame the judicial court. I'm going to blame the Trump's administration and the lawyers team. They're fucking incompetent. How can you be so professional? How can you know so much about law, but you can't make this one little sense? And that is, children, understand this, children do not belong to the government. Number one, that pisses me off really bad. Children do not belong to the government. They belong to their parents. Unless they're here with no parents, somebody dropped them off, okay. Guess what? That child will learn to be patriotic only to the United States of America, because he doesn't know, or she doesn't know any better of where she comes from. That being said, the only jurisdiction that the government of the United States of America can have is over an adult. Capiche? Man, I'm bringing all my Italians in here. I just don't understand this. Shut up, Wada. You see what I'm saying? So the Constitution has been raped again. No, the Constitution didn't win. The Constitution has been raped once again against the American people. Only adults can be owned or fall under the jurisdiction of the government. It used to be a time where if your children committed a crime, you, my friends, the adults, the parents, will be held responsible for that. You guys remember that? Anybody? Anybody in here? I can make the same argument, sir, about your Epstein Island and Lolita. I can make the same argument. Why don't you give a damn about the current children being raped today? Why don't you give a shit about all the child pornography throughout the United States of America? Why don't you say something about that? Why don't you say something about the 450,000 innocent children being trafficked into this country, being raped and abused through all these years? Why don't you say something about that? You fucking hypocrite. Why don't you go say something about all the women that are being prostituted and put into whores, and the little harlots over here in this country by illegal immigrants, by cartels? Why don't you go say something about that? Fucking morons and you stupid ass Epstein files. You guys are so ignorant, you ignore the very big elephant in the room. You got hundreds and thousands of children. Hundreds and maybe millions of children. All this child pornography. How can you even come in? Shut the hell up. This is what I mean by the libtards. They're just a bunch of idiots. Anywho, I understand. No, anchor babies are a lie. Yeah, no, two worlds. Anchor babies is a real thing. The anchor babies, they're not citizens. Not in my book. Not according to the Constitution. But yeah, you know what? We have a judicial system that we know is not perfect. There used to be a time. You remember what the let me see. You remember what the Justice Lady looked like? I think it's called Justice Lady, right, in English? Let's see. Why is this picture so big? Yeah, the Justice Lady. Here it is. Here's a Justice Lady right here. Hold on, I'll show you. Remember this? That's what the justice system is supposed to be like. The justice system is supposed to just, blindly just weigh, balance, judge in fairness with justice. And to say that children belong to the government, that is the stupidest fucking argument I have ever heard. Maybe the libtards don't give a shit about their children, but my children don't belong to the government. Let me tell you that right now. If I am not a resident, at least a resident of this country, my children are not American. They're not American. If I don't have a permanent domicile, if the United States of America does not have full jurisdiction over me, and I haven't acknowledged and made an oath that I will respect the laws of this country, the United States of America does not have full jurisdiction over me. Period. And I am the parent. Therefore, my children will be Honduran and not American. These lawyers, they're so fucking stupid. Like, seriously. And it's just the system is jacked up. It's the system. I know. We what can we do? There's only so much we can say. And, maybe just a few of us have common sense and we know reality. But these justices that we have, they're activists. They're biased. They're DEI. They have a side. Not everybody can be a judge. And how the fuck did these people get voted in by Congress and the Senate? How did they get put in to office, to serve as supreme judges? You had a lady that doesn't even know what a freaking woman is. How the hell did you vote that shit to the Supreme Court? I don't care if it's Obama. I don't care if it's Biden putting them in there. The people are voting for them. All right. Thank goodness the coffee calms me down a little bit. Fact. My children, check this out. I want you to pay attention to this. And I wish I had a bigger voice. I really do. I wish I had a bigger voice. Put that up there a little bit more. I wish I had a bigger voice. Because number one, let me show you and give you 100% fact of how I interpret the Constitution. And this is what the Constitution says. Ready? Let me tell you this. If I made any children in Honduras, listen to this, they are Honduran. Because I am Honduran. Okay? That's just the way it is. Because I have never been under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America when I made these children in Honduras or in the States, they would be Honduran because they are my children. Now, unless the mother is American, that's different. But if I'm the parent, they are Honduran. They're not American. Why do I say that? Because we have to make an oath. And one of the things that I learned when I became an American citizen was mind-blowing. I made the oath to the United States of America. And you know what they told me when I became an American citizen? Check this out. They said, now you are an American citizen, you're under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Any child that is yours, doesn't matter where they were born in the world, because now you are an American citizen, pending a paternity test, of course, they are automatically American citizens. Get that through your thick skull. If I would have made 10 children in Honduras the moment that I became an American citizen and fell under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America, all of my children become American citizens. But the fucking libtards in the United States of America, the guys that don't know shit about how immigration works and how to interpret the Constitution, are out there allowing our enemies to infiltrate our government. Do you understand how important that is? There's only so much you can teach people. That is one fact. That is one fact. Every child that I would have impregnated many women anywhere in the world, pending a paternity test, they would have became an American citizen right there. Now, I got 7 children. If it was up to me, it would be more like 24. Oh, man. Guys, let me tell you something. Stop being retarded, bro. Ladies, stop being socialist white guilt Karens. You got to stop it. You guys got to stop it. Stop being retarded, people. The Constitution of the United States of America belongs to the American citizens. 25th Amendment. 25th or 15th Amendment? Well, which amendment was it? The one that was made for the slaves? That's because they were not born American, even though they were permanent domicile in here as slaves. Nonetheless, the Democrats didn't consider them humans. Can you believe that? Yeah. So they had to amend the Constitution because that doesn't fit with what the Constitution stands for here in America. So those people deserve to be citizens. You guys probably don't know this, but any black child that was born in this country was born free. It was not born into slavery like they do in Africa. The continent that they're so proud of to say that I'm from. Oh, I am an African American. Yep, I got my little African turban and my African dress. They don't even fucking know that the Africans are the ones that enslaved themselves. It's the same thing. The same story that I tell you about our Mayan people, our Aztec people. They were fucking idiots. All this knowledge, no wisdom. All this information, and they didn't know what to do with it. It never changes. It never changes. I'm not going to try to change the retards. These guys have the same stupid ass comments every single time. They have no sense. Like, when I hear people that are telling me, oh, Biden is the sharpest tack, the sharpest tool in the shed. Well, you lost me already. You lost me already. But I'm telling you, this issue with birthright citizenship is a legit concern. My American people, over 80 million of you, one day, you guys had the common sense to vote for Trump. Not because Trump is, he's the god of the gods. No. Because he was the only man bold enough to do business, even though when he knew it was risky. You got to understand something. When you do business, you're going to win or lose, regardless of who it is. But I'd rather have a businessman that has experience on making big deals, losing big deals, but that has a record of winning. Nobody's perfect. A lot of people praise Obama for the deal with Iran. Really? They laughed at you. You gave them back $1.7 billion, $600 million in pallets cash of American dollars. And the lipters say that Obama made the greatest decision. He was the greatest president, they said. Well, President Trump made this deal. We're not giving them any money. We're going to release their money, but we're not going to give them any taxpayer money. Now, with that being said, since I already jumped into this title here, I want to close off birthright citizenship. It is what it is, my American people. You can't change the decision from the Supreme Court until next time when somebody smarter goes out and challenges them. Maybe yours truly will gather a bunch of politicians and lawyers, and I will go ahead and challenge that rule again. And this time, I want to be in that courtroom. I want to plead my case for the American people. There's no better advocate than a migrant that knows the cheaters that the illegal immigrants are, that knows what happens when irresponsible people are given responsibilities and go unchecked. I know what happens. I know what happens when third world country people come here and don't want to assimilate, and they hate this country. You know what they do? They commit crimes. And the very few of innocent that come with them, they don't do shit to stop it. They can't stop it. So you got to look like the bad guy and protect this country. There is no better person to stand up for the American rights than a fresh migrant of today's time that knows that illegal immigrants and corruption abuse the system because they are allowed to build and rape the system. I'm telling you right now, if you don't understand a simple fact that children are not under the full jurisdiction of the government because the parents are not under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. If you don't understand that, you're a fucking idiot. And in due time, I want to be part of the challenging team. We're going to find out how really wise, not smart, how wise the Supreme Court is. You have all these lawyers. Oh, you know law? You know how to interpret law? Shut the fuck up. I know how to interpret common sense. I know that we live in a world where our enemies are literally planting humans into our government to destroy us from within. And that's right, Richie. I see you, Richie. I see you, brother. It is what it is. Let's leave it there. We got no women. No men in women's sports. At least that's good. And then the activist judges, of course, they allowed harboring ballots to vote. It is what it is. But let's jump into Iran here for a second. Iran now doesn't want to make a deal. Now, hey, Jeff, how are you? Now, you have to understand something. Israel is attacking Lebanon, not Lebanon, but Hezbollah. Israel and Lebanon have made an agreement already. Hezbollah has to go. They got to go. Get your ass back to Iran. Go join the people that we're going to annihilate. Iran, let me tell you, the only reason why Iran thinks that they got this under control is because of the Democrat moron Americans in power, in office right now, fighting against President Trump. It's a common sense. It's common sense. We need to give Netanyahu more money to keep fighting these terrorists for us in the Middle East because nobody else does. Only Israel fights terrorists in the Middle East. You don't see Muslims, the so-called good Muslims, fighting bad Muslims. You know why? Because they're only attacking Israel. Because they're only attacking Americans. Oh, they got pissed when they finally got attacked. Right? They got pissed when they got attacked. Well, that's how Israel feels every single day. And they get to be looked as the bad people. Only because they kick ass. Don't get mad because you're a fucking loser. Just because you lose the race, don't be mad because you're a loser. Hey, if they cheated, I got you. But it's fair and square. You're just a fucking loser. Try harder. Make some changes. Get wiser. Critical thinking. I cannot teach you how to do that. I don't have a cure for stupid. You guys are stupid. Now, for all of you guys who are in my chat, only the stupid people respond to that. It's a fact. These guys, they just can't take it, man. That's just who they are. These guys are a bunch of fucking losers. Anyways, man, I love you all, man. I hope that our country continues to strive moving forward. But the reality is that a lot of people, you know, they go out there and they go protest, right? They come over here to the States. What the fuck? Go over there and protest. Go protest over there in the Middle East. But they come over here and, oh, free Palestine. Yeah, from Hamas. I agree. Free Palestine from Hamas. But they always come in, oh, you know, we care about life and human beings. And shut the fuck up. You said from the river to the sea, you wanted to annihilate, erase every human Jew from this earth. So shut up with your stupid hypocrisy, you fucking demons. I don't appreciate you. If they protested and they said, unite Israel and Palestinians. Yeah. Let's do that. But they don't. See, they're just as hypocritical as everybody else judging us for standing up against the Iranian regime. We love Iranians. They love us. But these fucking monsters who are running the military as they were in Venezuela, as they are in Cuba, they don't. They don't even love their people. China doesn't love their people. But there's billions in China. So when you see millions come together, you think everything is great. But it's not. It's fog. You can't see it. You can't see through it. Venezuela. They were able to use socialism, which turned out to be communism. They were able to bring the poverty level in Venezuela down to 3%. But because they didn't want to lower their expending, they're overblowing the budget, now poverty level reach up to over 90%. Now, I don't know what it is today because I stopped thinking about that for a while. But it went up to 90% of the country in poverty level. A rich country, socialist, communist, managed to destroy all that wealth, just like New York is doing. Oh, New York is cooked. New York is cooked. And California. But California, there's some hope for them. With that being said, we love Iranian people. And we want them to be free. We want them to go back to 1979 in 2026. You know what that means? I want them to be free like they were before these terrorists took over in 1979. No new wars, said President Trump. And he's keeping his promise. But also, He's not going to stand around and say, oh, you want to war against us? Oh, well, we're not going to war because I said no wars. The fucking stupidity of the left and any rhino out there that thinks that a president that says no new wars means that there will be no war. What the fuck do you think he's going to do? How would you handle the terrorists attacking your country? Tell me. If you were Israel and you were getting hit by all of these Muslims, and those who support the Muslims are with them, how would you defend yourself? How would you defend yourself? Go on and tell me. If you were fighting against Hamas, if you were Israel and you were fighting against Hamas, is throwing missiles at you. They're killing your children, innocent women, innocent men. If Hamas is destroying your fucking country, what would you do? They put Palestinians in headquarters where military are, where artillery is, where missile launchers are, where all of these targets are. They put civilian, innocent children and women. How would you deal with that? Go on. Give me an answer. I'll give you a chance right there. Just tell me so I can understand. Don't block comments right now. Let me read them all. Let's go. Tell me, what would you do? What would you do? Well, obviously that's common sense. But what would you do? Here, let me give you a better example. Because people don't understand big examples. I have 12 children in my house. You got 6 children in your house. I come over there and take 4 of them out. In your house. And you want to take me out because I did that. But I go and lock myself in my house. And from my house, I take another one of your children. How you going to take me out? Answer that question, and I will agree with you with anything evil that you want to say about Israel. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just tell me how you would do that. And be honest. Don't be a hypocrite. Tell me, how would you get rid of me if every time I go and kill one of your children, I just put all my children in front of me? And you can't do anything about it. How would you stop me from killing the rest of your children? You only got 3 left now. Oh, 2. Now it's just your 2 kids, your wife, and you. Oh, you got 1 left. Tell me, how would you take me out when my children surround me? They protect me. There's no way that you can hit me or kill me. Answer that question. Don't fucking ask questions. Answer the question. Come on. Answer. Want to talk shit? Give me some answers. Give me some responses. Give me some solutions. Not just fucking idiot libtard talk. Give me a solution. How would you take me out when my kids surround me and protect me? You can't kill me. You can't get rid of me. Lake, that's too common sense. I'm asking the libtards. You see how they get quiet? They have no fucking answer because they know the answer. The answer is you got to take me out. If I use my kids to defend myself, you still got to take me out, so you take all my children out. It's common sense. We know you're hypocrites. We know you don't give a shit about Palestinians because you don't even know them. It's all right. You don't really have to answer. I already know the answer. I'm just trying to make a point to the people that are on the chat. See, like Juve. There you go. All right. Anyways, enough time for this libtards. If you want to know what I said about the Supreme Court, go back to the beginning introduction of my video. Fuck you guys. Don't even appreciate what I'm doing for you. All right. With that being said, Iran only has Democrats is the last resort. I know, Travis. It's okay. Iran's last resort is the Democratic Party. You guys already know. A lot of you Democrats already know. You guys are already going to be... Listen, you don't have to be... hi, Jose. How are you, brother? You don't have to be Republican. Don't do that. Just let us borrow your vote, right? You heard that before. Just let us borrow your vote. When the Democratic Party comes back to being a real Democratic Party, or who knows, maybe there's a new party that will begin to fight against Republicans. You have to stand with us. If you don't like Trump, that's okay. If you don't like me, that's okay. Maybe I don't like you either. But if you love this country, if you love your children, stand up for it. And the way we fight back is on the ballots. We need you, Americans, on the blue side. Listen, we're adults. You can call me whatever name you want. I know you can take me insulting you. I know you can take it. You're an adult. You can take it. All these little fucking libtards here, they're probably just illegal immigrants. People from India, Africa, over there with all those hundreds of phones, just talking shit, trolling people, trolling conservative channels because they know that we speak the truth. Don't listen to the chat. Listen to what I say. Don't judge me for what some libtard says. Judge me for how you know me. Give me facts. Judge me with my real life. Go for it. I'm an open book. Watch all my lives. Watch my videos. I tell you all of my secrets, all of my experiences, every insight that you might want to look for. Go look at my videos. Look at my lives. Just listen to them. I am an open book. And sometimes that can be a bad thing, but I don't give a shit. The one thing that I don't do is hide anything from anybody. I don't pretend to be something that I'm not. I hate being controlled, manipulated, or being told what to do. I am who I am, and I know who I am. But number one is because I know God. The real God, not the fake ones, the real God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because he is the only one true God. He is my Father in heaven, who sent Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son, to come and die for my sins. You see, before Jesus came to do that, all of us were going straight to hell. Do you understand that? Jesus said something very important on the cross. But you guys don't get that. That is not for you. That is not for me. Because we know better now. Jesus said on the cross, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. One of the things that you don't know that Jesus did, when Jesus died in his human body, he went down to hell and just grabbed all of the souls that belonged to him out of hell. He resurrected on the third day. Many saw him. Many ate with him again. Thomas touched him and confirmed that it was Jesus Christ. Many witnesses. Many wrote about it. We got a Bible from the main witnesses. See, Paul was not one of the 12 disciples. I don't know if you knew that. Paul was not one of the 12 disciples. Paul was after Christ appeared to him in spirit, blinded him, so that he can see the truth. A lot of libtards that come into my channel, they are blind. They either don't want to see the truth or just can't see the truth, period. But the Bible gives us a message, very clear. Neither homosexuals, neither adulterers, neither drunkards will inherit the kingdom of God. They will not go to heaven. They will not enter into heaven. Very few gay people have been saved. They have been saved because they have repented from their sinful nature and their desires to be gay. It's got to be tough. It has to be tough. But I can tell you, maybe as I was growing up, when I was a little kid, maybe I thought I wasn't who I was. Luckily, I had adults that taught me that I was born a boy and that I will turn into a man. Hormonal changes will happen. And we got to make decisions. But we can't make decisions on just emotions. We got to use our facts and common sense. What do I look like? I got a penis and some balls. That's not a woman. Well, guess what? That's what I got to be. And no, the ass is not what you're supposed to poke. I'm sorry if you like that, but that's not the way it works. Anyways, I don't want to get too graphic with that, but the fact remains that those who believe that they don't have to repent from their sins, change anything about their way of life, you're not going to heaven. Because that's not what Jesus said. I know. There's podcasters coming out talking about Paul didn't exist, Jesus didn't exist. I got you. All of you low IQ people are just blind people. Let me give you a mystery. Have you noticed that Jesus Christ, when he was making miracles, and they were recorded through history, did you notice that not once did he just heal somebody for the hell of it? Jesus Christ didn't go, hey, you're blind? Poof! Now you can see. Hey, you're deaf? Poof! Now you can hear. Hey, you're mute? Poof! Now you can talk. Didn't go to you leper. Oh, poof! You're healed. No, he didn't. He didn't do that. Many false prophets. That's correct, Joshua. Thank you for putting that scripture on there. I'll give you a good example. Jesus Christ goes to his blind man. And the blind man comes to Jesus. And he says, my Lord, please heal me. He said, I'm blind. He says, what do you want me to heal you from? Obviously, he's blind. But he had to ask him. Heal my eyes, I can't see. I'm blind. And then Jesus healed him from his eyes, and he can see. There was a man that had been disabled for all of his life, if not most of his life. He wanted to walk. But only if Jesus wanted to heal him. And he made him whole. And he walked. Jesus is not going to force you to believe in the Father or Jesus himself. That's a choice you have to make. If you want to be blind and you don't want to see the truth today, that's your choice. It's our choice. We have to choose to see. This is why we call you libtards. You think being liberals is a good thing. You think being progressive is a good thing. You think being socialist is a good thing, but you're just blind people. You don't want to see the truth. And you won't until you really want to see the truth yourself. Iranians have made a decision to call out to the United States of America, just like Venezuelans did. They know that the economy in the world, it does revolve around it. Speaking of the economy in the world, what is the price of oil today? I always look at the most expensive one. All right, Brent oil is still hanging around $72.93 to $73. All right, now I know the WTI is about $69, about $68 to $69. But I always like to quote the most expensive one. Prices should be around $4 right now, about $4.30 because of the taxes that Democrats have imposed and regulations from the green garbage deal that the Democrats put in place, and some rhinos that fucking stupidly voted for it. But that is a fact. It's still $10 cheaper than the best, lowest price with Biden. You remember what the price was under Biden at the lowest price of $82? It was around $3 and some change. Why is it $5.30 right now in blue cities and states? Very interesting, isn't it? All right, let's go ahead. And now that we have Justice Lady, the way the Supreme Court's supposed to be, let's take a listen to see what Speaker Mike Johnson said about an hour ago on his channel. Let her rip, Mikey.
Good morning, everybody.
Don't worry, I'll get there. Oh, Mike. All right, let me go ahead and find it. It seems like because the video is not live anymore, it's not going to play. But that's all right. We have Ryan, Ryan, our badass afterburner, who is going to give us some information on what's going on with this Iran trying to come on to the United States again and what's actually happening with them. Here we go. Let's see. Come on, brother. Where you at? There we go.
Welcome to the video, everybody. It's June 30th, 2026, and today we're breaking down one of the biggest pieces of leverage the U.S. military has right now in the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM just posted this image. It's the 31st MEU, Marine Expeditionary Unit, for you acronym lovers, the biggest, baddest Marine unit in the region that is locked, loaded, ready to rock. Basically, all the guys that she told you not to worry about, all in one unit. And this unit's definitely not just her personal trainer, if you know what I mean. So let's rewind for a second, because while the smoke was still clearing from the strikes that took place over the last 72 hours, where the U.S. hit 10 Iranian military targets, 2 of them freshly built, the IRGC was already on state radio promising payback, as they do. They said, if the violation is repeated, our response will be more extensive than this. Yeah, I think they're stealing some of my YouTube titles at this point. But that's not diplomatic talking. That's a guy holding a grudge and holding Shahed 136 drones at the same time. But here's the stack on the radar today that we need to talk about. F-35Bs flying off the USS Tripoli with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. All of these integrate seamlessly with F-15Es, F-16 Wild Weasels working the suppression layer. So you've got 5th generation stealth fighters and the F-35B that can take off on a short field and land vertically and carry massive amounts of ordnance and do it all while just hovering back to the deck of these amphibious assault force ships. These are already staged in the Persian Gulf area, ready to go should at some point that switch be flipped and the U.S. decides to do some amphibious operations. Or even these land strikes could be F-35Bs as well. But the amphibious operations is really where the Marine Expeditionary Unit shines, as well as advanced drone technology, small drones, large drones. Basically, I look at the Marine Expeditionary Unit like the entrepreneurs of warfare. Very proud that we have this Marine Expeditionary Unit. And then you add in Marine Recon, and yeah, it's going to be a bad day for the IRGC. And then think about Karg Island. We know that there's been some rumors, there's been some posts from President Trump saying that Karg Island could be on the board to be taken. So what's the strategy there? What would that look like? What would taking down different targets on Karg Island look like? Occupying Karg Island? It's 16 miles off of the coast of Iran, so it obviously complicates some things. And we're going to get into all that. But by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly why Marines parked off the coast of Iran might be the loudest diplomatic statement that Washington's made during this entire conflict. And then stick around for the roundup section, because we're going to be talking about UFOs. Yeah, there's a mother orb that's launching other orb UFOs, and that's happening right now. So I'm going to talk about all the latest information on that. That's about 3/4 of the way through the video. So basically, Iran wants the world to believe the Strait of Hormuz is back open for business on their terms. The Marine Expeditionary Unit is about to sit Iran down and explain them the fine print. Now I want to pop to the imagery and show you some of the targets that the Marine Expeditionary Unit can hit. And it's not just Karg Island, even though Karg Island is a big part of that. Okay, everybody, let's check out Karg Island here and just look at some of the different sites that the MEU could go in and just absolutely decimate. Now, I'm not saying this is the most strategic route to go, because there's a lot of different options, right? Occupying a territory that's 16 or so miles from Iran, probably not the most strategic, but quick strikes could happen. Certain areas could be controlled despite Iran wanting.
UFOs are just unidentified flying objects. That doesn't automatically mean extraterrestrial. That's different. ET, okay? ET, UFO. Fox Mulder, the truth is out there, but you are pulling straws.
The U.S. to have boots on the ground so that they could have sitting ducks to hit, right? But there's so many different vulnerabilities around here. I mean, if you look at what Iran has done to Karg Island, a lot of it is based on keeping away different elements of the U.S. military, right? They've got a launch vehicle right here. A lot of these would be easily targeted by the F-35B off the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Also, the Zulu helicopter having the ability to target a lot of this. We've got a Mesba-1 AAA. That is a surface-to-air gun that Iran would try to use to target aircraft and other craft coming in, dropping off Marines, hovercraft, things like that. I mean, there's just so many different options in the toolkit of the Marine Expeditionary Unit. But as you can see, Iran has radar sites, comms towers integrated into a lot of the different parts of Karg Island, because this is their piggy bank. This is where they're actually getting their money from. 90%, I believe, of Iranians' export comes from Karg Island. So that's just massive. So it kind of gives you an idea of Karg. You can see a lot of the different places where the ports are. They have dual use. They have civilian vessels. And then if we zoom in here, looks like an IRGC and naval dock here as well. You can see some fast attack craft. Again, yeah, it's just a civilian dock. Yeah, these all look like military usage right here. A lot of these bigger ones have gone away, but these are the fast attack craft that are likely being used to still harass ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And then I want to take you to this other area. It's Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is another port. It's the main naval port. So when I think of what the Marine Expeditionary Unit...
Why is it that the people that choose to be on the left, they don't have the same common sense that we have? You hear this hero, Ryan, true patriot. You see how he talks with common sense? Like everything he says makes sense to me. Even if it's new information to me, it makes sense. But for some reason, the left just doesn't get it. Why?
It could do. A lot of it centers around Bandar Abbas, in my opinion, because you can just see how much military infrastructure is here. A lot of strikes have happened here as well, by the way. They've got a hovercraft base over here, and then they've got helicopter bases. They've got the ability to protect these with what they believe they will protect them. Their surface-to-air missiles. They've got those sites up here. These are some larger sites up there because they want to target aircraft from further out. Because
by the way, I found Mike Johnson's press conference from Forbes Breaking News a couple hours ago. So we're going to go ahead and play that after this.
this site is so sensitive. And now when you look at the runway, we look at the hovercraft base, you can see the different hovercraft units here that Iran has. So these likely would be struck down, but these are areas that house the IRGC naval special operators. So areas like this could be hit as well. Just strike down all the different elements of the dudes that are getting on the fast attack craft and that are controlling the drones, but they're probably controlling drones from up in the center parts of the country as well. And then I wanted to show you guys this. This is a SAM site, so surface to air missile site just off Bandar Abbas. This one stands out like a you-know-what in sweatpants when you look at it from a radar, though. As a fighter pilot myself, I would love this target. It's a juicy target right here. Again, I had to drop the fact that I'm a pilot. It took me a while into the video. I think we're, 5-6 minutes in. I had to say it, okay? It was eating me alive. I didn't say that I was a pilot yet. But you can see some underground bunker sites. These SAM sites are just really easy to spot. But this gives you an idea of some of the targets that the Marine Expeditionary Unit might be called in to crush. And I would say they're likely on their fast attack assault ships right now, doing planning, being ready to go should that call come in to strike different sites just like this. Okay, so there's the target imagery looking at what the Marines could take down, but now let's talk about the sequencing here of what's happened and how these Marines might be called in. Iran's IRGC, we know that they hit 2 different ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the last 72 hours. And then the US struck back, Iran launched missiles, and then the US struck down 10 military targets, including those newly built sites that Iran built to try to harass ships in the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM put it plainly, Iran was given a chance to honor the ceasefire agreement, but elected not. And now there's actually consequences when they do that. It's kind of a novel theory, right? There should be consequences to mafia bosses. So it's great to see that that's happening. But now President Trump and his envoys are saying that the talks are happening in Doha today. And then Iran's own deputy foreign minister is publicly saying that the meeting is unconfirmed. Even though the president said this from the Oval Office, he said the meeting in Doha is going to be perhaps important, perhaps not. We're going to find out. So when it comes to Iran and the guys running the country can't even promise to be at their own meeting, that's not diplomacy. It's basically a psycho doing a coin flip, but in this case, there's missiles attached to the coin flip on both sides. But now let's picture the problem that CENTCOM has solved twice in 1 week and how the Marine Expeditionary Unit is a huge part of that. So a hostile coastline right now in Iran, southern Iran, is bristling with mobile radars, mine-laying boats, drone storage hardened against first strikes. They're burying pretty much everything they can underground in underground storage facilities. And all of it is sitting inside an active shipping lane that 20% of the world's energy flows through. So we know F-16 Wild Weasels, those are the door kickers, they go in, F-15E Strike Eagles, naval strike packages, teamed up with the Marine Expeditionary Unit strike packages. ISR is a huge thing that the Marine Expeditionary Unit does. MQ-9 Reapers, helicopters, other advanced drones that can be flown off those amphibious assault ships. So ISR is one of the biggest things that the Marines don't get credit for. It could be the unglamorous side of things when it comes to the strikes that we've seen taking place. But you got to know what targets you're hitting. You got to know where the new targets are being built. And that's something that the Marine Expeditionary Unit thrives at. So one of the big things here, one of the big focuses is suppress first, get the ISR, strike second. So the sequencing here, it's what happens during all these different strike packages, especially when you're going in over a hostile coastline. The real story is what's floating offshore once that smoke cleared from those strikes, and that's the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. This isn't some new glamorous toy. It's the tried and true Marine Expeditionary Unit that have been America's forward deployed fire department, basically, since the 1980s, built specifically to put a self-contained combat force ashore anywhere on the planet within hours of getting a call. No airfield, no permission slip, no waiting on a host nation, no asking a mall cop for permission. No, the Marine Expeditionary Unit doesn't ask for permission. The Marine Expeditionary Unit tells the mall cop what's about to happen. So the MEU runs 2,200 Marines and sailors split into 4 pieces working as one unit. A reinforced infantry battalion that does the fighting on the ground, an aviation squadron flying everything from F-35Bs to Ospreys to heavy lift helicopters to Zulu attack helicopters, a logistics battalion that can sustain the whole operation completely self-sufficiently for up to 2 weeks with zero outside resupply, and a command element development running the whole show, basically the quarterback of the whole thing, connecting all the dots. It rides on amphibious assault ships like the USS Tripoli, basically a smaller aircraft carrier with a well deck, meaning it can launch fighter jets on that short field takeoff and put armored vehicles on a beach in the same afternoon. Again, the entrepreneurs of warfare. But now let's zoom into the unit that nobody's talking about, that's buried inside the MEU. The one that no one wants you to worry about, especially the one that she told you not to worry about. That guy that she told you not to worry about told you not to worry about. You guys get it. The Russian doll of being told not to worry about. I think it's pretty clear at this point. That's Marine Force Reconnaissance, built around what's called the Maritime Raid Force. These are the guys who go in first, quiet, days or even weeks ahead of any larger operation, swimming or fast roping into objective areas to scout amphibious landing zones, count exactly what's defending those zones, and then report back before a single conventional unit ever gets their feet wet. Force Recon's bread and butter is amphibious raids, gas and oil platform seizures, and visit board search seizure boardings. That sounds kind of nice.
Do you think that these soldiers running all these training exercises and getting ready to go do the unthinkable, do you think they know what they're signing up for? Do you think that they know that they might not come back? Do you think they know that their friends might fall right next to them? You think they're brothers? You think they know that their brothers are going to die right next to them in their arms? I would like to think so. But they still do it. And Hollywood seems to always twist the reactions of these warriors. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, of course, they don't want it. They hate it. Of course, it affects them emotionally. It does me too. But they know what they're signing up for. And that is the main point. I don't want to take all of his content, but that is Ryan. And he is the master afterburner. He gives you good information. Look up his channel, subscribe, follow, etc., etc. Leave a drop line in there and say, "Oh, Dennis Herrera sent me over here. He's talking so much shit about the libtards, and he loves you." All right. Let me go ahead and I know that you guys are having fun in there trolling each other, but hopefully you guys are getting some information and are learning to use some common sense to stand where you're at. Is Robert in here yet? Is he still taking his little elder nap? Oh, there he is. Ah, man, I thought you got up late today, bro. You got up late from the elderly nap. But anyways, I found the live that I was going to show you guys. Let me put it together here while I'm in my little cozy cabin here in the mountains. By the way, the weather outside, it is just like you see right here. It is raining. All right, Speaker Johnson and the House Republican leaders hold this weekly press briefing. Let's take a listen and see what they have for us. Now, while I do like to talk, about international things, I also like to hear sometimes I just listen to it because I have to listen to it. All right, but let's go ahead and listen to see what's going on behind the curtains. And something very important. This is for the libtards, guys. So, it is what it is. Take it with a grain of salt. This information that I'm going to give you right now, it's literally directed to the libtards. And those are retarded Americans that call themselves conservatives, but they're not. You guys come in here, and this is more directly to the people that hate Israel. You guys come in here, and you talk all this shit about Israel, and all this money that we're giving. We're getting technology, intel exchange, etc. Again, Israel is the only friend and ally who fights Muslim terrorists in the Middle East. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. The fact is that they are. And that's why I love Israel. Now, am I saying that Israel is the holiest of people? Fuck no. As a matter of fact, When I came to this country, I didn't speak English, but, eventually I spoke English, and we go to regular classes. I met this kid, my age, of course. He was from Israel. And when he told me where he was from, because I was really, educated with the Bible, Sunday school stuff and everything, and I have Israel is up here, it's in my heart. I said, "Oh, you're from Israel." I was like, "Oh man, it's such an honor to meet you." You know what he said? He said, "Fuck Israel." I kid you not, my jaw dropped, and I was like, "Oh, but you're God's people. How dare you say that?" So anyway, so the point of that is that there is bad people and good people in every country. There are Jews who love and support Israel and their people. And then there are Jews who are just demonic, like Chuck Schumer. And that is a fact. It is what it is. Now, people that come in here and they say, "Oh, free Palestine." Sure. From Hamas. Israel is not trying to kill Palestinians. Hamas is. And as I made my example before, they put innocent people on their military targets. And when they get killed, they go and use the emotional way of the world. And all these fucking retards who don't know how to think with common sense get all emotionally disturbed. "Oh my God, thousands and thousands of children." It's war. It is what it is. We're trying to do our best. Israel has sent tons and tons of food and water. And not one of these libtards mentions that. I wonder why. I wonder why. You act so concerned about the lobbyist. AIPAC. Oh my God, we got to get rid of it. Shut the hell up. Shut up. If you were on our side, I might listen. But you're not. You're a fucking retard. You're a moron. Let me tell you why. There's a reason why I insult people. I don't just insult people for no reason. I insult people when they deserve to be insulted for their stupidity. No more money to Israel, they say. But let's allow China. Let's allow communists, corrupted people like Soros, to pay protesters. And who knows? Maybe they are in this channel right now. Maybe that's who these trolls are. The uneducated love Trump. The educated love Trump. The poor love Trump. The rich love Trump. Every person with common sense that loves America loves Trump. When this communist China, Soros, and all of these foreign entities like Muslims, groups that hate America, support financially the protests against us, against the president, you libtards don't say shit. I wish you would. I wish you would. If you did that, maybe you have a point to make. But you don't. So you can call me a liar, that's fine. But you're just blind. You are a blind fool. We tell you the truth, we show you the facts, we give you some common sense, we do some critical thinking together, and the libtards just don't get it. They just incapable. They just leer. They leer the wrong things, but they never leer the truth. That's just the way these uneducated, ignorant fools are. And they wave the Democratic symbols around, as if they have any sense of what the hell is going on in this world. So if you continue, when you come in here and you say defund AIPAC, how about defund communist protesters? Do that. Because communists are literally against us, the American people. Israel is literally against our enemies in the Middle East. So think about that the next time you're trying to put some shit on my chat. You guys are fucking ignorant, but I hope that you can learn. I hope that you can learn from your mistakes and hopefully that you can see the truth of what's really going on. You got to be able to prioritize what you support. Everything till today and continuing on, Democrats will never get my vote. They're done. Democrats who were far left, even they are being booted from the Democratic Party. Marxist, communist, socialists took over the brand Democrat. I want you to know that. That's a fact. That is the truth. All of your far left Democrats that you supported, even though you're retarded, and they were destroying this country, they have now been replaced by somebody even worse. You did that. Those who support Democrats, you did that. And I will be honest. I'm not surprised. I told you this will happen. But I'm not surprised because we have over 22 million illegal immigrants in this country. And when you let dumb-ass motherfuckers like Mandani become mayor of the greatest city, well, not really. I think it's a rat hole, but yeah, for most. They call it one of the greatest cities in the United States of America, New York. I think it's just historical. They're a piece of shit to me. But maybe historically, New York is the best. When you let a communist Muslim at that take over as mayor of your city, you done fucked up. Period. All right, with that being said, let me play one clip before we go into Mike Johnson's press conference here real quick. Let's listen. Let's see what Mornings with Maria has for us. Man, Fox has been a very good channel of news. You know that? They have been very good news channel. Let's take a listen to see what information Maria has for us. Oh, by the way, he had the crude oil at 71.11. And gold, it's up to 4,041. I don't know if that's dollars, but for those of you who do stocks, you guys know what that is. Go ahead, Maria. What you got?
For a long time, I have felt that there is this Marxist thread raging through America and that it is coming from the CCP. Is it just to disrupt life in America? I mean, what is the point of funding and what specifically is he paying for?
It's not just to disrupt. In fact, Neville Singham is an open, self-declared Maoist. He absolutely does not like what this country stands for. What they're attempting to do is, if they can sow enough discord here and back elected officials, especially that support these ideologies that would essentially put the United States as number 2 in the global order, it is my opinion and belief that he is working on behalf of the Chinese government.
I'll let the clip play this, but I want you to look. What's the fucking flag that you see being raised here? Call it propaganda. Call it whatever the hell you want. This is the United States of America. Tell me, what do you see? What flag are they waving in the United States of America? If you're a fucking American and you support these Democrats, you're a stupid ass and should leave this country. You are the reason, and people like you, that this country is suffering today. We're trying to clean up this country, and you guys are the little bratty kids that are always making a mess with your damn toys all over the place. You'll never clean up. All you do is make a mess. Look at the propaganda. You call it propaganda. I call it facts. You see the violence. You see the destruction. You see the riots. And you libtards always say, oh, nothing to see here. Nope, nothing to see. Oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. No. Fucking idiots, man. What is going on with these idiots? What is it? Why do you not have a brain, a functional brain? I just don't get it. But anyway, propaganda. Here we go.
To essentially break America. I'd say that he's probably number one big fish that we have in regards to who's responsible for a lot of the divide in this country, and it's going back all the way to the CCP. Singham he actually lives in China a majority of the year, did not respond to Congress's request to have him to come in, so we did ask Bassett to freeze assets. The Department of Justice has a very easy layup here. They could actually bring charges against him.
That's Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna on this program with me back in September, sounding the alarm on the alleged financial crimes of technology tycoon Neville Roy Singham and his role in funding Marxist, socialist, and communist groups here in America.
Oh, yeah, defund AIPAC. Yeah, let's defund the only country who is fighting for us in the Middle East. But don't say shit about communists funding you libtards protest. How the hypocrites have fallen so low and so easy for us to see your retardedness.
Yesterday, the DOJ launched a grand jury probe into Singham following a letter sent by the House Oversight Committee. Joining me now is the chairman of the Oversight Committee, Kentucky Congressman James Comer, is here with me right now. Mr. Chairman, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And I know that we've talked about Roy Neville Singham before. What can you tell us about him?
Well, I would think that the purpose of what we believe he was trying to do in funneling money through all these nonprofits and other entities that were funding these leftist organizations is, number one, disruption, as you mentioned before, but also disinformation. If you look at what's taking place today, especially in a lot of states like my home state of Kentucky, where there is a lot of interest in luring data centers to make an investment in various communities, there's this huge disinformation campaign that's being funded on all the Facebook accounts in all these rural towns about things that will never happen with respect to data centers. This is being funded, we believe, by pro-China organizations. We believe that a lot of the protests funded around
Frankie,
the
your
world,
birthday?
around the United States.
Big shout out, Frankie. Happy birthday, man. Hope you have a great one today. Thanks for being here with us.
Portland to Miami or wherever you've seen an influx of protests, these are being funded by pro-China groups. And when we start looking into where that money's coming from and you start following the money, Mr. Singham's name continues to pop up. He's used lots of shell companies to distribute this money. He's sometimes used accounts through Goldman Sachs.
Bro, we're always right, man. We are always right. What can I say?
Another big New York trading account. So we're trying to get to the bottom of this. I think the Department of Justice is spot on. Todd Blanche is doing an outstanding job as acting Attorney General. We're finally trying to see some accountability with.
All right, for those who don't know, June is my birthday month, and I wish happy birthday to everybody who has a birthday in June. Now, shut the hell up. We already celebrated each other. I'm just joking. Happy birthday.
Respect to all the disruption and disinformation that's being funded by China.
So is the CCP paying him?
Well, the money's coming from somewhere. Obviously, he has a lot of business deals. He has a lot of, as I said, partners that he funnels money through, legitimate partners like Goldman Sachs, other LLCs that I don't think are anything more than shell companies used to launder money. But he is definitely a pro-CCP tech mogul who is unhappy with America for whatever reason, even though he's made a lot of money in the United States, it appears, and he's doing everything he can to disrupt and disinform the average American citizen.
Wow, unbelievable. All right, we're going to be watching that case for sure. And
They disinform the average American citizen, but the libtards is just like a bunch of fish coming in for the feeding. They're just easy to grab with a little basket, you know what I mean? Just libtards are just the easiest targets to convince. They have no brains. They just Fuck AIPAC. Israel. You guys are retarded. Completely. 100% retarded. Now listen, to you American people that are here with me, I want to let you know something. These people that come into conservative chats, you have to understand something. They're stupid, they're ignorant, and they're assholes. But not just that. You have to understand something. Social media, channels like mine, the opposite of mine, our enemies are infiltrating the chats, the channels. They use the weak-minded Americans. They use the illegal immigrants to come in and put negativity on the American people. But let me tell you something. Some get paid to disrupt the American way. All I can tell you is this. If you come into my channel, I want you, if you're American, I don't give a shit about any other libtard. All the people that I insult, they're not really Americans, okay? But I want you to use common sense. Listen to the way they talk on the chat. I know you can't listen. I mean, watch the way they talk on the chat, right? Listen to their way of thinking. They've chosen a side. They're sellouts. They're traitors. They don't stand for America, and it's very easy. If they can make fun of my hair, they can make fun of my nose, my lips, they can make fun of everything. They can come in here and they think they're funny by throwing out some insults, but they're just retarded. I want you to have mercy on them. But I want you to understand, by their fruits, you will know them. And all the fruits that I have given you is that America should be first, that Israel is our ally, and they're the only ones that are fighting for us in the Middle East, and I love this country. Everybody that hates this country, it's obviously going to be against us. We are a country of many shades of colors, ethnicities, cultures, different accents, different languages. We have our Native Americans. They have their own native language. They're fighting to continue to teach it to their children. I think this country is fantastic that we can have all kinds of cultures. The American way, it's now a melting pot of Latin cuisine, Mexican cuisine, Italian cuisine, French cuisine. I mean, we have all kinds of people in this country. The Chinese are in this country. Some are good, some are bad. There's some good Hispanics, some bad Hispanics. There's good Americans, there's some bad Americans. There's good, bad people on everything. Good and bad people on everything. But the fact is that the way that we behave, the way that we talk, and the way that we express ourselves of our beliefs is how you should really judge everybody that you come in contact with. Are you coming in contact with somebody that says, I hate the United States of America, only because they hate Trump? How shallow is that person? How shallow is Robert De Niro? I used to like that old man. I used to think he was funny. He was a good character. Fuck that guy. Fuck Robert De Niro. He hates America because he doesn't like Trump. Fuck you, Robert De Niro, and all of your followers, all you pieces of shit who are ungrateful for this great nation. It doesn't matter who the leader is. You don't hate the people because you don't like the leader. You don't hate the people because they use democracy to put them in office. Fuck you very much, but you can go shove all your shit up your ass, and you can leave this country anytime. Go to Canada. I'm sorry, Scott Burn, if you're still here. Sorry, my Canadian friends. You guys are fantastic. But unfortunately, you guys are inundated with a bunch of fucking moron socialist Muslim people over there as well, and your leaders have bent over for everybody else and their mama and has ignored every single Canadian citizen. Woo! Man, that was a lot. That was too much. Too much. I can't help it sometimes. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and finish this clip.
And your oversight there. But I want to get your take on the other story we've been working on, and that is these new files released by former DNI Tulsi Gabbard. They show officials shielded Dr. Anthony Fauci from a Biden-era whistleblower complaint, alleging that he lied to Congress under oath about funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul has been leading the charge. He joined me on Sunday with the evidence. Here's what he told me. Watch. What have you learned about Anthony Fauci's role in COVID-19?
We now know beyond a reasonable doubt is that Anthony Fauci did indeed fund gain-of-function research. We have the evidence that the experiments were gaining in function. The viruses were becoming more lethal, more attachable to human cells, and more infectious. We do know that this was going on, that was funded by the NIH, specifically under the tutelage of Anthony Fauci. We know that the initial estimate by the scientists at the CIA was that this came from the lab. They agreed with our supposition. But Anthony Fauci was able to coerce, cajole, persuade, and dangle money to get people in the intelligence community to change their vote. So a scientific commission within the CIA voted 6-1 to say it came from the lab. He somehow was able to get that changed. We have evidence of that happening. The virologists that he handpicked that were big recipients of federal dollars, all of them initially were saying it looks like it was manipulated. The virus looks manipulated. He was able to convince them otherwise. We now have evidence that in January of 2020, that he was already acknowledging that the virus did not come from the wet market, that the wet market was a spreader event, but wasn't an initial event because we had lineages of people way before the wet market that were getting sick. Everyone acknowledged that, but for years he's been telling us it came from animals at the wet market. This was all misdirection. This was a conspiracy. This was a cover-up.
There you go.
And Congressman, you've questioned Fauci in hearings before. Senator Paul has subpoenaed him back to come back for more testimony. What do you make of that? And what about that pardon?
If you are an American conservative and you support President Trump and the American people, and you see all of these libtards over here disturbing the chat, have some balls, get some guts, and stick it out. Because I don't go anywhere. I still get to read that shit. I still get to put up with their libtards. I still get to put up with their retardation. I still get to put up with their hate. And if you don't like to support a good cause, you can go ahead and continue scrolling to another channel, another podcast. But I can tell you that if I see a good conservative man that is actually speaking for America, I will stick it out with that person for as long as I can. Obviously, I do my own podcast. I don't have time to do that as much as I used to, but that's exactly how I support my fellow Americans that love this country. So for those of you who are conservatives or just American, thank you so much for being here and putting up with all this bullshit on the chat from these libtards.
Because you've also investigated the auto pen. And I would like to know if that pardon, I mean, by the way, it was so incredible that Joe Biden pardons Anthony Fauci literally hours before Donald Trump took the oath of office on Inauguration Day. I was shocked when I saw that headline on my phone while I was at the inauguration, and I'm watching the president is about to take the oath of office, and now we see that Fauci actually was pardoned. Why? Was it the auto pen? Is it legitimate? What do you want to say?
Well, first of all, he pardoned Fauci minutes before the transition of power from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. I do not think it's legitimate, and I don't think the basis of the illegitimacy is the auto pen. We deposed the entire circle of the Biden White House, the inner circle that was in charge of taking the pardon documents down to the auto pen and having those signed in Joe Biden's name. But what we found was no one communicated with Joe Biden directly. Joe Biden never authorized Dr. Fauci or any of the other pardons, Adam Schiff, Jamie Raskin, all of those people. He never authorized them. These were people in the Biden administration, sometimes even Jill Biden, unilaterally saying, okay, pardon this guy.
Uh-oh. That's what you libtards support. You make your bed, sleep in it. Gulf of America, baby.
There were no minutes of Joe Biden ever having a meeting to discuss with the Department of Justice, you know, your normal pardon process where the president who has sole pardon authority, not the first lady, not the chief of staff, the president of the United States. There was no record in the calendar where Joe Biden never had any meetings. There were no people who testified under oath in their depositions that they had one-on-one, eyeball-to-eyeball contact with Joe Biden where he said, pardon these people. So the evidence that we gathered would suggest, in my opinion, that the pardon should be declared null and void, regardless of whether they were signed with an auto pen or not. Joe Biden wasn't involved in the pardon process, and the president's the only one that has absolute pardon authority. And with respect to what Rand Paul said, he's absolutely right. Dr. Fauci lied to Congress, and I'll add, Maria, Rand has issued criminal referrals from his Senate investigative committee, and I've issued criminal referrals from our House investigative committee, which was the COVID select subcommittee underneath the oversight committee led by Dr. Brad Winstrup. We know Dr. Fauci lied, and you think about the millions of lives that we lost because of COVID, the tens of millions of lives that were disrupted, a year of public education at least lost by kids in the United States, trillions of dollars mismanaged by Congress in reaction to COVID, and just the total disruption of the world economy, and he's still walking around just like an innocent guy who totally misled the world on the origins of COVID and how the proper response to COVID should have been.
So what should we follow to understand where this is going? Is that the DOJ who will decide whether or not the pardon was null and void? I mean, how will this play out?
I hope so. You know, you're talking about hundreds of pardons. You're talking about the entire Biden family, and you know how passionate I am about the fact that the evidence is there on the money that the Biden family took from China, and they've never been held accountable. And I think that pardon would be tossed in court, not just because Joe Biden, there's no evidence he talked about it. More than likely, he probably did talk about his family to somebody, but the fact that he pardoned them preemptively, which I don't even think is a legal thing.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll see some accountability. Todd Blanche is doing a great job. He hasn't been on the job very long, but we're seeing a lot of accountability now and a lot of action out of the Department of Justice since Todd Blanche is leading it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your work on this. We're going to be watching your moves as we continue to follow what's.
There you go. Even if we are in court and there is proof, and you know the cases are made and all this other stuff, the libtards will continue to just argue with us and call us liars. It is what it is. We have said it. President Trump has said it. Many people have said it. The digital pen was in charge. You know, when you know your husband, has a terminal disease, and you use him to gain power, you shouldn't respect that person. You are scum. You're less than scum. And they abused Biden, even though he deserves it for being a damn racist all of his life and for being a cheater and a liar to the people. But nonetheless, the guy is sick, and when you're sick like that, it's disgusting, especially for somebody who is not sick, to take advantage of those people, vulnerable people like Joe Biden is now in his old age. So I'm not going to tolerate anybody talking shit about Biden's disease. Hey, listen, he has it. It is what it is. But leave the man alone. Put the blame where the blame belongs, and that is the Biden's administration, that is his wife and everybody else that just doesn't give a shit about people and human beings in general. They just care about getting power themselves. That's it. With that being said, hey, Big Floyd. Big Floyd in the house. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where you know that you are going to hear the truth. Well, the truth shall set you free, my friend. Hey, I still remember that's what I was going to do for Big Floyd when he comes in. Oh, boy. Streamlabs is hard working right now. Blocking some libtards. Oh man, even some of my people. What's going on? What do you guys gotta behave. Only I can misbehave, all right? You guys don't misbehave. You guys stay good. Let me take the blame. Let me take the insults. You guys do the best that you can to be good, okay? That's it. Let's see. So, first of all, why don't you tell me why you think that what I say is hate? Tell me why I am promoting hate. Tell me one thing that promotes hate. And let's see if you actually have some common sense. Let's take a look. The left committed elderly abuse. Absolutely. And they continue to commit elderly abuse. You know, these guys, they actually go to retirement homes and they bring people out of retirement homes to go protest. These people are out there scared. They don't care. As long as they have their numbers, as long as they can still vote, they don't care. They abuse the elder. They even go as far as to go to schools now, and they take children from elementary school and they go protesting. It's a fact. Javier Hernandez, we don't forget about January 6th. We know Antifa was there. We know that FBI was there. We know that the socialist Democrats, the corrupted Democrats and Nancy Pelosi heading it, were actually setting up a coup to make Americans look bad. It was Nancy Pelosi who denied 10,000 National Guard from Trump. So go eat a big beep. You know what I'm saying? That's right, Iris Paul. Congratulations. How did you know that's a fake background? This guy is a fucking genius, isn't he? This guy is a genius. Mr. Leftfoot, you are blocked from my lines, my phone lines, because you're a fucking idiot. You are very anti-American. You're a piece of shit, alcoholic, drunk ass, PTSD, be able to save ignorant fool. I don't know what other insults I can put there in English. But if I insult you in Spanish, man, I can go on forever. Any insult that I can think of, that's you. Okay? I have no respect for you. You have never, ever made an effort for me to actually respect you in any way. And with that being said, Mr. Lefty, go suck a nut. You are not allowed to come into my channel ever again. Bye-bye, pussy. All right, you guys, that is the worst that I can do. The worst that I can do. This guy is a piece of shit, and he's been on my nerves for many months. Believe me, he is a piece of shit. Anti-American bastard. I don't have no respect for anti-Americans, just so you know. If you are anti-American, fuck you very much and go find another channel. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and go take your fucking freedom of speech and shove it up your ass in your own house. In here, speech is moderated, okay? Because if you don't respect if you don't respect the people here, then you are not welcome in this channel. Fuck you and your freedom of speech. Don't give me that bullshit. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, you fucking morons, and your dumbass freedom of speech bullshit claim. The only reason why you claim that freedom of speech is because you want to be an asshole to people. So fuck you very much. Let me be that asshole because this is my channel. To the rest of you guys who come in here, learn the lesson. These fucking retards are not going to change. Freedom of speech. Shut the hell up. If you have to point out that there is a freedom of speech in my channel, you're a fucking idiot. You obviously don't understand how that works. Ian, get the fuck out of my channel. How did you get out of jail? You're back in the doghouse. You'll never come back over here. Zoo boy, automatically, you are going back in the doghouse. Get the fuck out of here. Anybody else that wants to go and get banned permanently from my channel? Anybody? Yeah, anybody, guys. I want real Americans in my channel. Only Americans in my channel. Well, and those who support America. You can't fix stupid. Absolutely. Absolutely. Save you. Who the fuck are you, bro? I don't even know who you are. But nonetheless, I will just put you on timeout for 30 minutes. I'm trying to be nice to you today. ATG, why did people leave after Trump told them to leave? Why did the people leave after? What the fuck? Okay, get the fuck out of here. ATG, you fucked up. You know I hate spam. Stop putting dumbass comments on my chat. Oh, man, I'm in a row. Let's go. Let me go ahead and clear this chat. Guys, Americans, if you are here and you love this country, allow me to kick some ass on this chat. This idiot forgot who he was. Bill, I don't even know if you fucking know who you are, but we're going to call you a pussy tard. Let me see. Who else? Let's see. Yeah, Branky, good point. Yeah, these are the same libtards that banned all of us from freedom of speech. You know, if Elon Musk had to come and buy Twitter so that we can express ourselves. Now it's X, and it sucks. I don't know. Maybe I just don't. I don't use X as much as I should. Dennis is the deported in chief. 100%. Brian, you know how we're gonna do. Man. All right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna make you listen just for today. Just for today, I am gonna go ahead and let you guys loose. I'm gonna let you guys loose. And you know what? We're going to continue to share the truth. And yes, we're going to go ahead and listen to Mike Johnson and some of the people here that are going to be on this press. This happened a few hours ago. I've been saying that I'm going to go and show it, and I haven't done it yet. So we're going to go ahead and start with Brian. Access granted. Rich, access granted. Moderate the chat. Robert. I know Robert is over there. Robert is doing this little dance. Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I can see Robert. I'm gonna get rid of some leotards today. That's not how he sounds. I sometimes in my head I make up characters. All right, here we go. Robert, you're good, my man. Access granted. Man, I love you guys, man. I really do. And I love that you guys don't get mad at me when I remove that that access, because you guys know why I do it. You guys know why I do it, okay? Now, I would like to make just my members. I will give you permission. Tanya doesn't even moderate, so it's okay. Tanya doesn't like moderating. She's a sweetheart. I love you, Tanya. Mwah. Big kiss on the cheek of yours. Here, not the one back there, okay? Don't make me kiss ass. We got to clarify, even though, we're family and we love each other. I got to specify. No ass kissing. Probably I will kiss your ass. You're a good big sis. I'll make sure that you get to ass kiss. All right, let's see. Who else do we got? Oh, Irish Paul. We don't need you in here. Bye-bye. But thanks for saying bye. Let's see. What else we got? Who let the dogs out? Who? This guy. That's who. All the dogs are loose. Get him. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and listen to our brother, American brother and sisters. Let's see. I'm just curious what they said on the press. Let's take a listen.
Here. I know it's 100 outside.
Bring some WD-40 in.
I know, Beth. You'll get to raise it up. Yeah. I'm gonna talk to somebody. Nobody will listen, but I'm gonna talk. Well, good morning, everyone. This week we're celebrating.
That's how I feel when the libtards are here. I'm going to talk to somebody. They won't listen, but I'm going to talk. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, guys. I know we're going to lose about 150 libtards from the chat, but every other conservative, every other American, and those who support America, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your good words, your kind words, your positive words. Thank you for loving our country, and hope you come and visit us. Not all of us are retarded like the leftist Democrats.
Celebrating America's 250th birthday. And I've been thinking a lot about what that actually means for 2026. 250 years ago, a group of people decided that freedom is actually worth fighting for. They were outnumbered by the British. They were outgunned by a complete empire. And you know what? They won anyways. So what does 250 mean? It means freedom isn't self-sustaining. Someone always has to be willing to defend it. And strength isn't just about having the biggest, most lethal army. It's about having the will to actually use it. Because deterrence requires not just capability, but it requires will. That's always been the American way. Peace through strength. Now, the greatest military in history of the world doesn't happen on its own. It takes investment, focus, and leadership that never loses sight of the fundamental truth. The best way to prevent war is to make absolutely certain that your adversaries know you have the capability and the will to defeat them, and defeat them decisively. 4 years under President Biden, we clearly didn't do that. Instead of asking questions like, are we lethal? Are we ready? Can we win? Biden's administration asked, are we meeting our DEI quotas? They handed promotions out based on checked boxes. Readiness conversations were crowded out by woke mandates, and they created a military that the world's bad actors began to see as distracted and soft. That's dangerous. But you know what? We're fixing it. The Working Families Tax Cuts rebuilt the foundation of military that is focused on one thing, and that is warfighter readiness. Not quotas, not ideologies, readiness and lethality. And that's the way it should be. Now I want to talk about a contrast that we're seeing because it's stark and it actually matters. Republicans believe in a strong America. We believe our military should be feared by our enemies and trusted by our allies. We believe in fair and just enforcement of the law. And then, you look at the other side. We've watched the radical left call to defund the police, turning their backs on the men and women who run towards danger so the rest of us don't have to. We've heard Democrat voices say that America deserves what happened on September 11th. And that somehow we brought on ourselves. Let me remind everybody that 2,977 Americans went to work that morning and never came home. And someone decided that that was justice. We've watched members of their coalition say Israel, our closest ally in the Middle East, doesn't have the right to exist. A democracy, an ally, gone, just like that, if it never existed. And recently, the Democratic Party is actually lifting up as a leader. She uses the American flag as a napkin. As a napkin. Think about that for 1 minute. That flag has been draped over coffins of 18-year-olds who never got to come home. Fathers who kissed their kids goodbye one last time without knowing it. Husbands whose wives still sleep on one side of the bed. It has been folded slowly, deliberately, with shaking hands, and placed in the arms of mothers and fathers of widows, of children too young to understand why their mom or dad isn't coming back. They will hold it for the rest of their lives because it's all they have left. It flies over every veteran cemetery in this country. It's the last things families will ever receive. And this woman used it as a napkin. That's the comparison. That's the contrast. That's who the Democratic Party is lifting up. But it's more than that. Around the world, in countries living under oppression, under tyranny, under regimes that crush the human spirit, that flag actually means something. It's the symbol of freedom, of liberty, of the ideal that people deserve to determine their own destiny. There are people on this earth who would risk everything just to stand beneath it. And someone in the Democratic Party that they want to send to Washington admitted to wiping her greasy hands with the American flag. That's who the Democratic Party is. Using the American flag to wipe their greasy little hands with. That's who they're lifting up. That's the direction of the Democratic Party. And you know what? The American people deserve to know it, and the Democrats, you better own it, because silence is agreement. But here's what I know. Most people, left, right, center, they don't want that. They want safe communities. They want a military that can protect them. And they want a country to be proud of. That shouldn't be a Republican idea. That should be an American idea. As we head into this 250th birthday, our job is simple. Leave this country stronger than we found it. A military that is ready, a republic that is free, just like generations before us did. They did our part. Now it's time for us to do ours. And with that, I want to turn it over to my friend and colleague from Texas, Ms. Beth Van Dyne.
You gotta do that. I want to thank you. Can lift that up a little bit. I might be apparently I'm the tallest person on it. There we go. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Scalise and Chairwoman McClain for having me here today. As July 4th approaches, so does the 1-year anniversary of our Working Families Tax Cut Bill. That's being signed that was signed into law by President Trump after passing both the House and the Senate, saving the American people from the largest tax increase in our nation's history and delivering real relief for hardworking Americans. And now, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cuts, we are in a new era of making sure hardworking Americans keep more of what they earn and are paid more for what they do to support their families. Passing the Working Families Tax Cuts was a multi-year endeavor of talking to folks from across the country. Hearing directly from the American people guided everything that we did to ensure that more dollars stayed in their pockets and so that we could help as they worked to recover from government-created and historically high inflation, from brutal Biden-era job-killing regulations, and the sacrifices to make ends meet from month to month just to keep their businesses afloat. Empowering American families was central to everything that we would do. Getting these tax cuts done correctly to help working Americans was personal to me. I know what it's like to work an 8-hour job, a minimum wage position, and then pick up additional shifts at another job just so I could scrape for every dollar to pay rent at the end of the month. And keeping all the money that I earned from tips would have made the difference between being able to go to the grocery store to buy what I wanted to eat or once again having to pack up leftovers sent back to the restaurant kitchen at the end of the night. And legitimately, I did that. Just like we have working Americans across the country doing that day in and day out. And as a mom of 2, with one child facing serious health battles, the expanded child tax credit and largest standard deduction would have let me pay for the care that my daughter needed without having to skip treatments or having to beg insurance bureaucrats who really didn't care if she got better or not. Democrats mock these tax dollars that saved from the American people. They sneer at what real relief means to real people. But I lived it. And I felt the soul-crushing anxiety of barely being able to make ends meet. And that's why these reforms mattered so deeply to me and why they matter to every struggling family in America. And this isn't just about stabilizing households. It was about forging a stronger, brighter American future. And the Working Families Tax Cuts are restoring hope. They are rewarding work, and they are unleashing the extraordinary potential of the American spirit. And that is the promise that we made, the fight that we won, and the future that we are proudly delivering for every working family in this great nation. Thank you, and God bless. And with that, look forward to hearing from our wonderful leader from the great state of Louisiana, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you. And I want to applaud Congresswoman Van Dyne for the hard work she did on the Ways and Means Committee and 11 different committees to bring the Working Families Tax Cut to life, to law. A year ago, July 4th, all of us were on the White House lawn standing with President Trump to celebrate the signing of what's going to turn out to be one of the most historic bills we've seen in our lifetime, a bill that is ushering in more opportunity for families, more wage growth for families. You're talking about, and Congresswoman Van Dyne mentioned it, What's happening right now? About 30 million Americans have taken advantage of no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. That's more money in their pockets today that they didn't have a year ago because of that legislation. And of course, keep in mind, every single Democrat voted against that bill. They voted against it because they want Washington to have more of your money. They want to control and have more power here. And to do what with it? To use it for fraud. We've seen it in states like Minnesota, Leering centers that we exposed because of the provisions, the anti-fraud provisions of that bill that we passed a year ago. None of that would have been exposed if we didn't have that legislation in place that every Democrat voted against. So again, eliminating fraud in states like Minnesota so that working families, a single mom working 3 jobs can have more money in her pocket. That's what the working families tax cut represented. We're going to bring a bill later this week to reflect on and celebrate the wins for American families that bill reflected. Earlier in the week, we're going to be dealing with a number of other things too. We've got the National Defense Authorization Act, a really important bill to set the priorities for our nation's defense. So, of course, there are always a lot of amendments on that bill, but ultimately its final passage to make sure that we continue to reprioritize our men and women in uniform, give them the tools that they need to be successful, and continue rebuilding our nation's defense, something that President Trump made a hallmark of this presidency. We're also bringing the bill to address the state and foreign operations budget. Mario Diaz-Balart's appropriations bill, it's another item on the agenda this week. Last night, we passed a major bill to protect children online, the KIDS Act. Huge bipartisan victory. I know they're not common around this place, but it happened last night, where Chairman Guthrie and the Energy and Commerce Committee worked for months to put together legislation to protect children online. You can see what that bill did to help protect children from pornography and other things that we've been trying to accomplish and we're able to do. That bill's now going to go over to the Senate. In addition to making sure our nation's defense is prioritized, we're also adding the Save America Act to the NDAA. So again, really, really important week. We're having other meetings on things like Reconciliation 3.0. But when you think about all of this, and we reflect on what's coming up this weekend, celebrating our nation's 250th birthday. It's going to be a great day. You see this great fair on the mall with every state that wants to participate being able to show off what's great about their states and what's great about our country. I come from the great state of Louisiana, where we celebrate the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 that doubled the size of our nation, and what it also allowed us to do in terms of gaining access to the Mississippi River so we could become a nation that exported our goods to the world, getting access to the port of New Orleans. That was the reason for the acquisition when Thomas Jefferson sent his detachment over to France to try to buy the port of New Orleans, and they came back with the entire Louisiana territory. By the way, for the bargain price of $15 million, we doubled the size of the country. It's a pretty darn good real estate deal. And then you think of all of the other things that our state and every state contributes to the greatness of this country. At a time when the Democrats are in a fight to go to the Bolshevik Revolution and see who can tear down America more, most Americans are celebrating what's great about this country. We are celebrating what's great about this country. Let the Democrat Party try to have a fight over seeing which candidate they can come up with that hates this country the most. It's disgusting to watch on their side, but that's their problem that they're going to have to contend with. And they have not. They can't confront the evils of some of the people that they're nominating. And you look on the other side, this is a country that's actually experiencing a golden age again. I mean, gas prices are down 50 cents from where they were just a few weeks ago and continuing to go down. Affordability is back again. And Democrats are upset about that because they wanted it as a talking point for November. But it shows you once again why this is going to be a contrast election in November. There's maybe in multiple generations never been a sharper contrast in terms of what the voters are going to be facing on this ballot common sense conservatives against far left communist Marxist socialists in November. Which direction of the country do the American people want to go? Do they want to keep experiencing this golden age that President Trump and Republicans are ushering in, or do they want to go back to the Bolshevik Revolution, which has failed every country it's tried? This is not the country we're going to try socialism. We will reject it. The voters will reject it in November. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is a great day, great week to be an American, to celebrate the greatest nation in the history of the world, and it's not even close. And you all hear me remind us of that all the time. The most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been on planet Earth. America is back right now, and there are so many reasons to be excited and to celebrate with your family and friends. Celebrate freedom. Celebrate the great blessings we have to be in this country, the greatest on the planet. We've got challenges, of course. We're working through those every day, but there is no reason not to celebrate. There is no reason to be depressed in any way. We recognize 250 years is still an experiment. We're still a grand experiment in self-governance. In 1776, the founders came together and they boldly proclaimed a self-evident truth. We call it the nation's creed. It's like a statement of faith. And they said right in the second paragraph of the Declaration, which we celebrate this weekend, we hold these truths to be self-evident. And what is a self-evident truth? It's something that's obvious. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. And I always pause there and say, note that it doesn't say born equal. It says created equal by God. And that it is God, our Creator, who gives us our inalienable rights, that among those are the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That statement was so revolutionary when it was made, when Jefferson wrote it on behalf of a small committee of founders, including Franklin and Adams, and they came up with that precise language. They were very careful in how they articulated that. They wanted to make this bold proclamation of something that was obviously true. And we are the stewards of that great foundational principle and truth. It means that everybody's made equally, created equally. It means that we all have, we strive for equality of opportunity. It means that every single person has inestimable dignity and value because our Creator made us in His image. The men that wrote that understood it from Scripture. That is what made America exceptional. That's what set us on the path to be the great nation that we are, one nation under God. Now, all of you know, because you've been in the chamber a lot, because you cover us, if we were there, we walked over there right now, one of the first things you notice if we come in the door where members come in is that inscription of the national motto right above the speaker's rostrum. And if you look in the visitor's guide, it says the People's Guide, Visitor's Guide to the People's House. It's a beautiful publication they published some years back. We still hand it out full color. On page 21, it talks about why the motto is above the speaker's head and when it was placed there. And it says there it was placed in 1962 by Congress as a rebuke to the Soviets' philosophy during the Cold War. What was the Soviets' philosophy? Marxism and its deviations, communism. Marxism, socialism, communism begin with the premise that there is no God. And Congress saw fit in the early 60s to make sure that we put that right there above the head of the speaker, because every member of Congress has to face that podium every single day, and they wanted future generations of Americans, and certainly those elected to represent the people, to remember what distinguishes America, that we are defined by our national creed, the foundational principle that set us on course to be so great. Now, here's what we face right now, surreal as it is. On the anniversary of the country, we have an open contest right now between the Marxists and communists and the Americans. Now, we've been saying for months that this is setting up, this midterm will be a contrast election. We've been saying a contrast between common sense and crazy. And now you can add another line there. It's common sense versus communism, because that's what's happening in the Democrat Party. The insurgent left is taking it over. I don't need to recount all the developments, even over the last week, for the people in this room, because you cover it minute by minute. But that is the contest that is shaping up. And so we're very sober-minded about this. A country that undermines its own foundations and founding principles does not survive. And the founders were very articulate also in their personal letters and their private correspondence and the things they gave down, the advice they gave that echoes down through the generations to you and me as stewards of this grand experiment. They didn't know how long it was going to last. I can tell you one thing, though, the father of our country, George Washington, in his famous farewell address, which we read on the floor each year in the Senate and now in the House on the anniversary of his birthday. He gave all the advice that echoes down through the generations to all of us, his countrymen, how to keep the republic, an experiment that had never been done before in history. And he said, watch out for national debt. We're working on that right now. Okay, watch out for too many foreign alliances. That's become a problem sometimes. It says, make sure that you don't get into factionalism, regionally or by political parties. Well, we didn't follow all that either. But what he said, but you know what? Almost as a summary statement, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, he wrote, religion and morality are indispensable supports. Again, echoing this common theme, that we recognize that our rights do not come from a king or a government, they come from God himself, and it is to him that we owe our ultimate responsibility. That's what we're fighting for. And the insurgent left that hates America, hates our founding principles, they hate the idea of borders and prisons. They even want to remove the president and the Supreme Court in the latest Democrat Socialists of America little platform statement that you should be covering. Very dangerous stuff. Yeah, they wipe their hands on the American flag. Yes, many of them have ties to terrorist organizations. You can't make this stuff up. We're no longer in a battle just between Republicans and Democrats arguing over marginal tax rates or the size of regulation. This election and this year and the arguments and the things that are happening in Congress right now is a contrast between people who love the country and its founding principles and those who have open disdain and hatred for them. They want to tear America down. They want to tear down Western civilization, and it's not going to happen on our watch. So today, we're going to pass a rule today. We'll set up a National Defense Authorization Act. We will invest properly, appropriately, responsibly in America's national defense again. Our policies reflect that. We give a pay raise to our troops that's overdue, another 5 to 7%. We will advance 65 of President Trump's priorities and executive orders in the legislation. We will do the things that are necessary to make sure we maintain our status as the great superpower, the remaining superpower on the planet. It is absolutely essential that we do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, Reagan used to remind us, you hear me say all the time, freedom is not passed along in the bloodstream. It's got to be fought for, protected, taught, passed along to the next generation, or else they won't have the same liberty and opportunity and security that we have known. And America is the leader of the world. We are the beacon of freedom. The Capitol building, one of the most recognized symbols on all the planet, because that Capitol dome represents liberty. It represents freedom. It represents the great nation. We will not sacrifice that now. We will double down. We'll celebrate on July 4th, on our nation's grand birthday, the semi-quincentennial, and we will advance those principles further. We will win the midterms. The Republicans will stay in charge, and we will continue to advance great policy like Beth recounted, the Working Families Tax Cut, that we celebrate the one-year anniversary on July 4th, and so many other things. Over 700 pieces of legislation that have passed through the House, over 100 executive orders codified already, and there is more to come. We have much more to do. America's back. You should celebrate all the great things it is to be an American. I'll take a few questions. Chet.
Good morning. Thank you. What was the obligation of Tom Kean Jr. to his constituents about his health during this prolonged absence? Should he have said something to them?
I understand Tom has given a speech on the floor this hour. I don't know exactly what he said, but I hope that he was fully transparent, as I encouraged him, many times over the last few months to be.
Should he have been more upfront in that interregnum?
What did he say? Did he tell what his?
He hasn't said anything.
Okay, all right. Well, then
But I'm saying he had 4 months to do that.
He did, and I encourage him to be transparent, because what you will find when he does the speech, whenever that happens today, is that there's no conspiracy involved in this. There's nothing scandalous at all. He has a health condition, as he said. If it were me, I would have been more specific about that, and I encouraged him to be. He will today, but it will be understandable to you. It's not an uncommon kind of condition and ailment that he's been fighting, and I think people resonate with it. I think he'll get a lot of empathy because it's something that's very, very common. So I encourage him to come back. I'll say this about my colleague: he is a genuinely good man. He comes from a long line of a valiant public service. His family is very well known for their service, and he's a person of integrity. And I think he'll address this with the integrity and the character that he's always shown us as a great team player, a patriot, a faithful public servant. He's missed some votes, but he's still been working as he was able, as he explained. His staff's been working overtime, I know, because they're in constant contact with mine. And I think his constituents have been served throughout this process. We're all human. People get ailments. People have to fight cancer and terminal diseases and all sorts of other maladies. But they're still the duly elected representatives. They do their best in those trying times, and I think the American people understand that. I think Tom gets reelected easily this fall, and he'll be back, and he'll be back in full health, and he'll continue to do what he's been doing his whole career. Jake.
How you have a bunch of issues, as you alluded to, on this rule, save, and there's this Delphi pension situation that Mike Turner said you were for, so the president was for, and then it was made out of order, not made in order, and the rules were made. What's your plan on that?
Well, on the Delphi thing, we ran into a point of order problem, a rule problem, because the way it was presented, it was, not to get too deep in the weeds, but it was appropriating on an authorizing measure, and that's always been subject to a point of order and a problem. Mike Turner is earnestly trying to get this problem solved for this it's a significant number of employees of the former Delphi corporation that had their pensions rated under the Barack Obama administration, and we're anxiously trying to get a solution to that. So I certainly understand and appreciate his zeal. There were hundreds of amendments filed to the NDAA. Many of them were not made in order because they were either not germane to the underlying bill, or they had a point of order they were subject to, or it was in the jurisdiction of another committee. And we've been very insistent since we returned to the majority back in 2023 that anything that goes on the NDAA, I think logically, obviously, must be directly related to defense spending and within the jurisdiction of House Armed Services Committee. And that's a rule that we've maintained consistently across the board. So we're working on that, a number of issues. Of course, people get grumpy sometimes when their amendments are not made in order on a big bill like that. But we addressed it in conference this morning. We reminded everybody of the rule. We have to be intellectually consistent about this, and we're going to work through those other issues. Now, with regard to the Save America Act, listen, I don't know how many times I can say this. As you all know, we've passed the Save America Act in one of its various forms 3 times in the House already. We will pass it again this week when the NDAA passes. The Save America Act, as passed in February unanimously by all Republicans, and that's components of the proof of citizenship to register to vote and voter ID when you show up to vote, that will be merged onto the NDAA and transmitted to the Senate as one bill. That's the most efficient, effective way to do it. There's no need to add an amendment to the NDAA. Let's just have the full bill that's still sitting there and has been transmitted to the Senate. Let's send it again, but put it as part of something that we hope and believe will be a bipartisan vote in both chambers, and that Democrats in the Senate will understand, goodness, as much as I may have disagreements with the current administration, it's probably important to pay the troops and fund national defense. I certainly hope that they understand that, and maybe the SAVE Act makes it through in that vehicle. We're going to continue to do everything we can. I would pass the Save America Act every day in the House if I thought it would do any good, but we're going to be stacking them up over there. This will be the 4th iteration, and we're going to hope that the Senate will do the right thing. I got to get a lady. Yes, second row.
Do you have any opinion on the Supreme Court rulings that have been decided this morning?
This morning? I've been busy since 6. I haven't seen the ones this morning.
They ruled on transgender athletes that states can pretty much, they can
Big victory for
they
us.
can protect against discrimination solely on the basis of biological sex.
Yeah, that sounds like the right result. That's common sense, and I think what we expected. I can reference the opinions that came out yesterday. Had a quick time to review those at about 1 a.m. Last night, and I can tell you that the one that we were really very disappointed in was the Watson case, where they said, this is how long do you count mail-in ballots? California is destroying every American's faith in our election system by dragging this thing out and counting ballots for weeks on end after an election. It's absurd. And I think the court missed this one. It was 5-4, and I think they went the wrong way. And they said, well, the states get to decide how to do that. Now, there is some question as whether we can tighten that statute and make another run at that. So we're looking at that in detail. I'm going to make sure Congress does everything possible to ensure free and fair elections, everything within our jurisdiction in every way possible. I can tell you every Republican in the Senate and the House is committed to that, and it is shocking and sad to me that Democrats refuse to vote for the most basic election integrity measures, even to say that you have to be a citizen to vote in America. There are Democrats who will not vote for that, even though it's already part of federal law. It's not enforced in the blue states. They will not vote for the enforcement of that. They will not vote on federal elections for you to have an ID when you show up to vote. That's a 90-10 public opinion issue, at least 80 in almost every survey. Everybody understands the common sense of that. Democrats won't help us. We've got to do it on our own. Yes, ma'am. Second row.
So birthright citizenship, which as I speak has not come down yet, but it helped hundreds of thousands of formerly enslaved people in Louisiana. Now, do you, as a constitutional lawyer and representative to the descendants of some of the people who were enslaved, agree with the president that it should be done away with?
What was the? I missed the first part of the question.
It helped hundreds of thousands.
No, what was the
It has
reference?
not come down yet, but do you agree with the president that it should be done away with?
What hasn't come down yet?
Birthright citizenship. Last case is not.
Birthright. Sorry, birthright citizenship. Yeah. Okay. Look. Yes. As a constitutional lawyer, I got lots of opinions on this. Okay. Understand what the framers did, and when we added this to our constitutional order, I understood what the intent was. I think anybody who looks at this, oh dear, what they rule.
Here we go. As children born in the United States, parents unlawfully or temporarily present are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are citizens at birth under the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause.
Mm-hmm.
What's your reaction to that, Mr.
Well,
this is real time.
I need to read the opinion, okay? But obviously you could say that's a textualist, originalist view. However, I do think that this has been grossly abused in recent years, okay? And that is the case that was being made by the plaintiffs in the case, and we're very sympathetic to that because it is a serious problem. We have it's become a birthing tourism, they call it, a trend where people will just come and you just come onto the soil and have your child, and then they're able to avail themselves of the welfare state and everything else. It's been abused. It's one of those things that was intended to serve a noble and important purpose and has been thwarted and overused and abused. And so I'm sure that we'll continue to look at that. I mean, I'm sure the conclusion from this opinion is going to be that you got to amend the Constitution to fix that. As we all know, it's a big challenge to amend the Constitution. It's only happened 27 times in our whole nation's history, and the reason is because you got to have 2/3 of both chambers of Congress and 3/4 of the states to ratify. It's usually at least a many years long process and very complicated. We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be lots of discussion about that. I will say I'm very disappointed in that outcome. I think it subjects the country to serious challenges going forward, and we'll have to deal with it as a Congress. Last one. Yeah, front row. Sorry.
On the housing bill,
Yep.
the president said yesterday that the housing bill is unimportant in his view compared to the Save America Act. I know you want to see the Save America Act passed, but do you share that view that the president said yesterday? He seemed a little bit dismissive of the bill.
No, look,
in your conversations with him, are you confident that it will become law, that he will not veto it? And then are Republicans missing out on that opportunity for him to sign a piece of legislation that you all described affordability as a big issue in the midterm election?
Yeah, it is. The president has a lot going on, and I think it's safe to say he's not read through every line of that piece of legislation. It's a lot to it, and a lot of great things, and he and I have spoken about it quite a bit. He understands all the dynamics here, what he was saying, and legislation. But what he was saying is, in comparison to ensuring election integrity, which is now represented by the Save America Act, nothing is as important because you cannot maintain a constitutional republic unless you have free and fair elections. The government of, by, and for the people is ultimately and foundationally dependent upon that. That's what the president is saying. We all agree with that. And by the way, so do the American people. Now, that's not to say that there are not also incredibly important issues, and the cost of living and affordability is among them. It's top of mind. I've spent 6 hours in the Oval Office just in the last few days. I think 4 hours on Thursday, over 2 hours yesterday. We talked about all this in great length. The president certainly understands the importance of affordable housing. As he's noted yesterday, he knows as much about housing as anybody because that, in many respects, was part of his portfolio and career. And he understands that we've got to reduce the age of the average first-time home buyer from in their 40s to their early 30s and get back to some sensible market conditions. Now, he also points out that interest rates are a major factor in that, as we all know. Anytime there's a housing boom, there's lower interest rates, and it spurs on that activity. But there are also input costs and the cost of construction and the barriers to entry. We address so much of that in this housing bill that we fought like warrior poets in the House to make sure it was good Republican policy in the end, and it cuts regulations, it reduces costs, it helps spur on construction, and it gives more affordability and availability to more people. The president is 100% in favor of all that. It will become law. I've encouraged him that he should put he has a big, bold signature, as you all know. And I said, sir, you should get the fattest black marker you have and sign your name really big on that, because the results of it, I'm telling you, are going to be very, very good for the American people, and it will fulfill your promises and your desires, sir, to make sure that more people can grasp the American dream. And so I hope he does sign it. If he doesn't, it's still law. We'll still celebrate it. But he's trying to make a point. And I think he's making it very effectively. And the fact that you all ask me every 3 steps down the hallway illustrates that he has achieved the desired objective, and that is to make Save America the number one thing, because if we don't get that right, everybody's concerned about what happens next. So I think that's a way to summarize it. Thanks for the lifetime commentary on a Supreme Court case I haven't read yet. I'll go do my best and dig into that. Thank you all for the time. Happy July 4th.
Happy July 4th, he says. Happy 4th of July. Happy July 4th. Listen, this is a clip. Let me see. I'm gonna share a clip from Blaze TV. This is Glenn Beck. I like this guy. He thinks the way that we think. He likes to use common sense. He has a lot of critical thinking. He's a very successful man in his life. He's been doing radio and all kinds of stuff for years. Sort of like me, except he's successful. He's been doing it longer than I have. So, but I want to hear this. He's got some New York Mayor Mandani's secret China ties exposed. I'm very curious about this, and I would like to share that with you. So, if you haven't done so yet, don't forget to hit that like button on the channel here, if you will. I'll appreciate it. Thank you so much for stopping by and checking us out. We're going to go ahead and listen to this clip from him. Make sure that we give him credit. This is Blaze TV, and you can go to this channel. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. All right? Let me make sure that I get this to the right place. Here we go. All right, this is Glenn Beck. I know Brian loves Glenn Beck, and some of you guys probably already know about him. And yeah, that's you know what, he has sort of the same background that I do, kind of a little bit different, but same feeling. Better lighting, I think. He's got a whole team behind him. I got me, myself, and I. So let me take a listen to this, and if you would like to stick around, hang out with us. And we'll just go ahead and continue diving in, just tearing all the information that we can apart and see what makes sense.
And eventually the Islamists ate the communists. That's the way it's going to work this time. Hopefully that won't get to that point, because the constitutionalists will win and stop this madness. But let me show you something that was happening in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan, there was a huge rally or march for Islam and by the Islamists. And I'm telling you, they are going to eat you, Democrats. They will eat you. Trust me. And if they don't eat you, the communists will eat you. How do I know? Because I know history, and so can you. All you have to do is read history and learn from it. The Democratic Socialists of America call their new chapter Zoran's Political Home. It's in New York City. That's their words, not mine. They say America's largest city could not have won without the Democratic Socialists of America, and it's true. Newsweek got all the minutes, and these are dozens of internal documents going back to 2021, and it's from the China Working Group, of the DSA's International Committee. And they show a small circle of American activists quietly courting the Chinese Communist Party and calling it anti-imperialism. One of them lays out the plan. Build, and I'm quoting, a killer 2-week itinerary, hire locals, deepen ties with the parties, and, quote, then we're golden. So they went. They went and they hosted a Communist Party school where officials urged them to set up official exchanges with the Chinese government. Now, it's not what they talked about, it's what they agreed not to talk about. A Code Pink founder briefed them and handed them their orders and said, stay out of the weeds. What does that mean? It means don't talk about Taiwan. Don't raise any objections on Hong Kong. Don't mention the Uyghurs. Okay? Focus on the points that are, quote, easier to sell. A DSA member nods along with these minutes and wonders aloud whether they should stay even further out of the weeds. Now think about what's in those weeds. 1 million people, detention camps, all of it documented by the United Nations. Okay? One member looks at that and says the number is exaggerated, that it's not a genocide or a Holocaust. 1 million people in concentration camps. Then they build a slideshow from the trip they took. Over a photo from one of the cities, they write, no slaves. A woman who speaks perfect English says, the reason why I learned it is because I went to a, quote, training school. That's called a concentration camp. A mosque where worshipers come and go freely. Then they went to the place the world calls a concentration camp, and they made it into what you would now call a travel brochure. Now, to be fair, Zoran Mamdani is too smart. He was not in any of those meetings. You know, no one had no meeting, no pamphlet has his name on it. He stepped back from parts of the national platform. But he's barely said a word about China. And the minutes don't show crime. It's all true. But I want you to hold on to that, because you can't have it both ways. You can't let an organization call you their man, say you would have lost without them, say City Hall is the prize they delivered for you, and then go quiet when somebody finally reads what the organization wrote down in a meeting with Communist China. The machine that lifts you up is the machine you have to answer for. One person in all these meetings pushed back, said you can't tell people, you know, their rights have to wait until America is defeated. Said it didn't really sit right with them. The group's answer was not to argue. It was to tell him that he was being unkind. So he apologized and took it back. And that's the whole thing. Not the propaganda. The propaganda you can see coming. It's the silence they enforce on the one honest person in the room. A group that calls itself democratic, calls itself socialist, says it values diversity and openness, and the second a member asks a question about the rights of human beings in China, he's the problem, and he's the one forced to say, I'm sorry. So when somebody asks who Mamdani's friends are, don't reach for an insult. Reach for the minutes from this. His friends are the people who flew to China and wrote no slaves under photographs, who decided 1 million human beings were a subject best avoided because it's hard to sell, who taught each other to stay out of the weeds. I'm going to tell you, you can build a home for a lot of things, politically, a lot of things. They built theirs on a decision about what they refused to see. And the men and women who built that home just handed the keys to the largest city in America to Zoran Mamdani. That's not an accusation. That's the record. Read it for yourself. Read it for yourself. I want to get to this thing that these 13 brave Democrats did this weekend. I'll get into that a little later on in the program because you have to hear this. But before we leave this hour, I just want to go over these numbers again. Across Europe, in an average year, heat kills 175,000 people. That's from the WHO. And then they come out and they say, around the world in a single year, air conditioning is estimated to have saved about 195,000 people, older people, mostly the vulnerable, who would have died in the heat. That's the Lancet. That's not a think tank. That's not me as a talk show host. That's the Lancet. One ordinary machine, a box in a window that blows cold air, is quietly keeping nearly 200,000 grandmas and grandpas above ground every single year. And the experts are deciding now that that machine is the enemy. And they're sending officers to pull it out of windows. And they're telling school children, you open a door. They take the air conditioning out in France. I just told you that story. All in the name of net zero, in the name of the planet. It means credentialed human beings looking at a number, 200,000 lives saved, and decide carbon mattered more than grandma. That is not loving the earth more than they love money. That is loving the earth more than they love humans, more than your mother, more than your child. So let me ask you a question, because I was thinking about how they were taking away air conditioning. And I thought, wait a minute, what about heat? Because if the question really is about emissions, then why only air conditioning? Because heat causes emissions too. And across Europe, the furnace in the basement burns gas and oil directly right there in the house all winter long. That's carbon, real carbon. And in most homes, far more of it than any air conditioner that is sipping off of the grid in August. So why are they not caring about the oil heat in everybody's basement? Where are the officers in January? Where's the man at the door in the dead of the winter telling grandma to rip her boiler out and put on a sweater for the planet? I want you to think about this. He's not coming. He's never going to come. Why? Good question. Why? Well, two reasons. Cold kills more Europeans than heat does. Far more so. So coming for the furnaces would be a massacre they could never hide. They believe they can hide 175,000 deaths from heat. This number, so it's not about right or wrong. It's just about numbers. What can we get away with? And two, and here this is the real one, almost every home in Europe has heat. Heat's universal. So you'd have to come for everybody's furnace. There would be a revolution by the first Tuesday in November. But air conditioning, only 1 in 5 European homes even has air conditioning. 80% don't. So when you pry the cooling out of the window, you're touching a minority, a small, isolated, politically cheap minority. And it's easy to say it's only the privileged that have air conditioning. It's the easy target. It's the one they can get away with. The reason why I tell you this is because this will tell you exactly what they want to take and where they want to take the rest of us. They're not moving us towards something cleaner and better. They're not. Progressivism is rooted in the word progress, and that is a lie, because they're moving us backward, back past the air conditioner, back past the comfort, past the, back toward the world that was the world before the Industrial Revolution, when summer was just something the weak didn't survive. These people look at 2 centuries of human beings learning how not to die in the heat, and they call that the problem. I don't know how to describe this other than evil. I mean, I keep coming back to that town in France, Nîmes, primary school, little kids. A classroom, 104 degrees. A kid who passes out. Parents who didn't wait for anybody. They just passed the hat, raised the money, bought 5 air conditioners for their children's school. And a communist mayor takes them out. His own deputy says, well, it's because they're poor neighborhoods. The parents can't afford it, so they can't afford to do the same, so you can't have it either. Wow. Take it out? Everybody sweats together. Isn't that the point? I mean, that really is the creed in a single classroom. It's never, let's lift the poor neighborhoods up. It's always, dragged the ones who got ahead back down. That's why when we had health care, remember, it was everybody needs to have great health care. Everybody has to have great health care. But if you did have great health care from your employer, it was called a Cadillac tax. You had too good of health care. You had health care that nobody else could have. Even though you were giving it to your employees, nobody else was using that. And that's too much health care. And so, and I know this from experience because I had that Cadillac tax. I had to stop using the health care because they made it unaffordable. And then eventually Blue Cross just canceled this program. It was the best health care you could buy. They tried to price it out of range when I still paid for it. I was the last company in all of New York that had this Cadillac health care. They priced us out. We still kept doing it. And then finally, Blue Cross Blue Shield just canceled it. Because that's the point of progressivism. You're all going to suffer. The moment one set of parents solves the problem themselves, the premise of we're all going to be better, it all collapses. Okay? The premise that only the state can save you becomes the truth. So success gets punished over and over again. Is that what you want? When we all sit in the heat because the state says otherwise? It's misery redistribution. That's it. Until misery is nice and even and everybody is there. Churchill saw this. He saw this. He said it cleaner than I could have ever. He said, the inherent vice of capitalism is the unequal sharing of blessings. The inherent virtue of socialism is the equal sharing of miseries. Just know that's not the side effect. That is the product.
Thank you for thinking for yourself and being part of a movement, because that's really what all of this is. If you want the full story, you want to go deeper, go to blazetv.com/Glenn. Go there right now, sign up, no interruptions, just the truth, uncensored and unfiltered. Don't just watch, take a stand. And I'll see you over there in a minute.
There you go. Thanks to Glenn for that information. He actually is pretty good. I don't listen to him all the time. Obviously, I don't have the time to do that. I got my own podcast and show to run. But he is right, and a lot of Americans think the same way. Now, there's somebody put a comment in here. I think it was James Vaughn. One of the misconceptions, and something that you have to realize is one of the misconceptions is that in Congress or in the Senate, that the Republicans have the majority. It doesn't really play out true, because unfortunately we have rhinos in the Republican Party. You know, we have had Democrats run as Republicans, and they have said it themselves. You know, I've shown the clips about this way before, of them saying it in podcasts themselves. They don't care. They don't hide that they're cheating. They don't hide that they're lying. They just know that nobody can do anything about it. Okay? Now, the second thing is that, you know, that even though Congress and the Senate or whatever, we have the majority as Republican conservatives, it's also that there is a certain amount of number of representatives who have to be in agreement. Like, for example, with voting for the government to stay open, I believe you need 60 votes. I think it's 60 votes or 61 or something like that. I think it's 60 votes. And even though we have the majority Republicans, well, we also need some Democrats to vote for us. The thing that you have to look at is if you're an American citizen and you are trying to find what's best for this country, the way you got to look at it is this way. Which party, which representatives, which politicians are running for the positions for Congress, Senate, etc. You have to really qualify them. Now, most likely, listen, I'm this guy. I am this guy. Listen, if I go to a church and I know that they are teaching false teachings that are not biblical, I will call them out. I tell them, you will be held accountable by God himself. I can sit. Well, listen. Well, here's an example. I called the Democrat and the Republican Party to ask them about campaigning as a governor. Both of these propagandists, both parties, Republican and Democrat, they both disappoint me. You know what they have in common? Money, greed, and power. None of them care for the heart, for the vision, for the conviction of wanting to help our fellow Americans, our cities, our states, our country. They don't care. They are sharks, man. And they both piss me off. You know, Brian Reedy and some of my members, you guys know. You know, if I run for governor here in Washington State, I know, right? It's people think, oh, I should be a lawyer. Shut up. Lawyers is what's actually destroying our Constitution. Oh, well, you have no experience. None of these idiots have experience being governors. You know, when I worked for AT&T Mobility, I had experience on broadband, internet, cell phone, IT. I was advanced technical support, blah, blah, blah. I applied for a supervisor position for AT&T Mobility. Do you know who got the position? A woman who has never been in any type of telecommunication business. I had over 2 decades of it. But she was a manager at Starbucks. What the fuck does Starbucks got to do with telecommunications? DEI. DEI. So you have to choose the right people. If somebody is coming in and says, I'm going to run as a Republican, okay, who are you? What do you do? What do you want to do? Where you come from? What's your experience? Well, you know, I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen who is tired of corrupted politicians, raping the Constitution, taxing the shit out of the living shit out of people. Oh, speaking of, I do have. Let me see if I can find it. I do have a short that I want to share with you. Give sec. This is funny. You may have heard this before. Come on, please tell me I can find it. Tell me I can find it. Where are you, bro? Where are you? Oh, my gosh. Did I not save it? Oh, my gosh. You got to be kidding me, bro. Oh, maybe on my X account. Hold on. Let me log into my X account here real quick. Maybe I put it there. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, hurry up. Oh, no, I didn't put it there. But I will share this. This is what I see when I read comments on my chat from hateful leftist libtards. This is exactly what I have in mind with all their negativity and all their hate against the United States of America. You ready? Here you go. Enjoy. That's the libtards right there. That is exactly what they look like. Hey, yeah, that's right. They're admitting that I have hair. It's, a little bit left over, but I do what I can with what I got. Eventually, I will be completely bald, so you guys be ready for that. There's plenty of hats to wear. As a matter of fact, I might just get a nice toupee. So don't hate too much, because there's all kinds of things that I can do. I can color it. I can get some glued wigs. You guys don't care. All black women wear wigs. A lot of men wear wigs. What do you... Give me something, that is legit. Give me a legitimate argument. Don't be just putting dumbass comments on my chat. My patrons love me no matter what. Come on, man. I have a great clip, man. Was it not on YouTube? Maybe it wasn't on YouTube. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my gosh, what was his name? I wanted to give him credit too. Let's see if I can find the clip. This is a funny clip. Come on. If I see it, I'll know it. Come on. This guy was funny, bro. He was right on point. He was right on point. And it was about Washington State, too. Can't believe it. I should have sent a link. Let me see. Maybe, Jason Martin, do you remember? I sent you a link, I think, to your Facebook. Let me see. Let me go look and see if I send it to you. Let me see if it's this one. No, not this one. Woo, man. Oh, come on. Where are you? Where are you? "19 minutes ago, Bezin warns gas retailers." I'm going to see if I can find that video.
Innovation. That makes Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent happy because it means more revenue into our coffers. Mr. Secretary, great to see you.
Good to see you all.
Just punch the secretary. Do you want to get tackled?
I know. Well,
we apologize.
I'm pretty sure we know he can handle himself by the way he's handled the first year and a half. He's the one guy that punches back.
I can take Brian. I don't know if I can, Mark.
I don't know how I feel about that. But you're dressing a lot like me. First off, your feeling about being here today as Treasury Secretary.
Look, this is a historic time. But, Brian, I think you and I are the only ones old enough to remember the bicentennial. I remember coming into Union Station. It had just been redone in 1976, and it was incredible. And to be part of that again it is an honor to be part of the administration, but just to see this celebration of the American people. I gave a speech the other night at the Economic Club of New York, and I said, our founding fathers could not have imagined what they would have created, this dynamic, free society, and the innovation and what we have done to not only further the American dream, but to lift the rest of the world out of poverty, to defend the world during 2 world wars, to lead. I mean, it is incredible what they created 250 years ago.
Well, and as Treasury Secretary, our economy is doing really well. We're seeing gas prices starting to go down again. And these Trump accounts, it's free money. If you have a baby that was born between January 1st, 2025, you can receive, January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028, you can receive a $1,000 government contribution. That's free money.
Well, that's free money. That's seed money for the Trump accounts. But I would encourage everyone with a child 18 or under to open the accounts, because many corporations, we've got over 80 corporations that are going to put money into Trump accounts. We've got great philanthropists like Susan and Michael Dell. They're putting $6.25 billion for the young people who live in zip codes in the bottom 80% of the income brackets. That's about $250 per account right there. And then we've got other people. Harold Hamm has adopted Oklahoma. Ray Dalio and his foundation have adopted Connecticut. So, and we think that up to 20 states may also contribute to these Trump accounts. This is a game changer. 38% of American households do not own equities. And our goal is to push this out to teach financial literacy and to bring everyone into the American dream.
All right. And so, Mr. Secretary, one of you guys' idea was to get the gas prices back down. Before the war, they were down. When the war happened, they went up. It has been said that they're gouging some of these oil companies. Do you believe that to be true?
We'll see, Lawrence, that we've got a chart of how quickly the prices went up and how they followed crude, and we're going to hold them accountable on the other side. President Trump talked about it the past week. He had a very powerful Truth Social yesterday. So I would encourage all the gasoline retailers. Some of them are owned by big oil, some are independent, some are international convenience chains. I would encourage them to be good actors, especially in the 250th anniversary, because we're watching.
So now it's down to 3. It's about 50% higher, 50 cents higher than it was a year ago today. But now you have the barrel of oil at $70 when you started, 71?
Yep.
$71, and we'll see how much flows through the strait today. So Larry Kudlow, who I know you like, says it goes up like a rocket, it falls like a feather. Can you put that in layman's terms?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, is that at the pump, they watch the oil price go up and the gasoline prices are going up, and they may already have gasoline in storage, so they're making an extra margin there, and they probably had record profits on gasoline retailing. Now it's time to do something for the American people.
The administration says that you guys are saying that our country is entering the golden age. What does that mean for the future of America for the next year?
I want to come back on the Trump accounts for a minute, because part of the golden age is these accounts are going to be invested in low-cost index funds, a negligible management fee, and everyone is going to participate in the golden age, the American dream. And I think we are at the edge of an innovation wave that we are seeing here. We are reshoring manufacturing under President Trump's policies. The United States is the best place in the world to build your factory, have tax certainty, regulatory certainty, which is something this administration has really done, and energy certainty. And back to the gasoline prices, during the Iran conflict, the U.S. economy powered through it. The economy has been very strong. We've been creating about 170,000 jobs a month during the conflict. And I wouldn't be surprised, I haven't seen the number, if this month's job number is very strong. And more importantly, I don't think we're going to get one of these big revisions like we've had the past 2 years when they said, oh, we didn't mean it.
But Mr. Secretary, what about the unsanctioned oil that the Iranians can now sell on the marketplace right now?
Yeah, so that was an accommodation. We have opened the Strait of Hormuz. We've removed the blockade. Treasury, we received instructions to unsanction Iranian oil. Well, Lawrence, what's very interesting is no one other than China, who was already buying it when it was sanctioned, has bought it. So it's still trading at a discount to China, and the Iranians thus far have not been able to sell their oil because the buyers are a little leery of, will it be re-sanctioned? Will I get in trouble with Treasury? So this is a reason for the Iranians really to embrace these negotiations.
Mm-hmm. Right, the $10 billion they expect to make when you lift the sanction, but you're saying they have not made that.
Well, but that's not a real number, Brian, because 10 billion, they would have gotten 8 or 9 from China. Right, so it's
selling at a discount.
So they're selling at a discount. So it's just the incremental is what they will make. And we've seen oil prices really plummet here. We're back to below the February 27th levels, and I think we can keep going lower.
I hope Kushner and Witkoff keep you involved, because you know more about sanctions than anybody in the country.
It's been a full team effort across the entire administration, whether it's the negotiating team, state, Treasury, DOW. It's been an incredible teamwork, obviously, with the president's leadership.
And you've done an incredible job.
Thank you so much.
sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on.
Thank you, Fox, for all the information that you give us. I really appreciate Fox. You know, I started, in all honesty, I started watching Fox more because of Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson. But, you know, like everything else, you know, good things must come to an end. And Tucker Carlson, he's lost his damn mind. I mean, I know he's autistic and all that shit, but, you know, my son is autistic. He's not retarded like Tucker Carlson. He lost his way somewhere, and I don't know how he can get it back. I think that once you get brainwashed, like, I don't know if it's possible to be able to come back from that. You know, they have received so much money. They have, you know, have the freedoms that most people don't have. Some people, they seem humble looking, but they are very egotistical. They're very selfish in a bad way. They're arrogant in a bad way. They are proudful in a bad way. And those are things that we don't do. You know, I mean, we can enjoy the great things of life. And, you know, I was actually, I think I was having a conversation. I was having a phone call with Brian, I think it was, that I was talking to. And, you know, we have the same mentality. You know, if we acquire a lot of wealth, that's fantastic. You know, and I said, you know, there's a lot of things that I want to do. You see, being able to help people brings me a lot of joy and happiness. It really does. I mean, this is why I was doing missionary work before. It is very rewarding. I also want to leave something for my kids, obviously. You know what I'm saying? I want to leave them a house and a startup business so that they can, you know, have a step ahead out in society. But, you know, there's so many projects that I want to do. You guys already know. You've been with me for, you know, as long as I've been, you know, live practically, you know, on this YouTube. And you know my vision. You guys know my dreams and all this stuff. Now, going back to this whole gas thing that Scott Besson was talking about. One of the things that nobody ever on, like these guys, you know, maybe they're just so used to just doing their job the way that they do it, scripted, you know, or whatever. But the one thing that they never mention about price changes. All the liptards probably get excited when they see me put the banana in my mouth. You perverts. I know who you are. But you know, what they never mentioned is that right before this war came on, also new progressive taxes were kicking in. And people don't talk about it. They never mention it. I don't know why, but I have not heard any news anchor. I have not heard any, not even Sean Hannity. I haven't heard anybody. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. But progressive taxes kicked in the first quarter of 2026. Now, just so that you guys don't get too excited on the liptard side, because I'm eating bananas, let me just put this picture right here for you so that you can get over it. Me eating a banana and getting turned on. You gaytards. This is for you. Don't you love the freedom that we have in this country? I was trying to hold my laugh. I was trying to hold my laugh a little bit, but yeah, that's just the way it is, man. All right, now I want to show you a post here. This was posted by PNW Conservative. As a parent, do you think this is what your kids should be doing in school? Now, here we go. Let me go ahead and play this, make it big for you guys. Now, I'm not going to play the sound, obviously, because I don't want to have to delete the scene or take the audio out. But I want to show you. This is what libtards want us to do. Let me tell you something before I show you this clip, because a lot of people on the left they think I'm being hateful and all this stuff. No. Listen, you can do whatever you want in your own home. I don't give a shit. Your soul belongs to you, and you can give it to God or not. I don't care what your lifestyle is that you want to live. Keep that shit to yourself. Stop bringing that shit into the educational system, because I'm going to tell you, you guys are demonic. Knock that shit off. Warning to my conservative Americans. This might not be easy to see. And once you see it, either you already know, you will know the truth, or this is really how you like it and what you think about the future of this country. Here you go.
Simple and true, it shines in me, it shines in you.
Well, unbelievable. This is how they indoctrinate your children if you have them in school. Now, this is Canadian school, I'm sure, but they do the same thing here in Seattle, Washington. the biggest deceit, the biggest deceit from the devil is they use the word love. Having sex is not love. That's not how you love. Having sex is not love. Let me be clear. I'm going to read that scripture for you. I might have to put my glasses for this. Let me read a scripture from the Bible. Fuck, I have a mess on my desk. Where? Let me read a scripture from the Bible. Matthew 19:14. Then people brought little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them and pray for them. But the disciples rebuked them. These are Christians, right? The disciples rebuked them. And Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these." When he had placed his hands on them, he went on from there. Let me tell you something. The devil, I know we went from politics to religion, but this is how we do it. The devil wants to destroy humanity. I want you to know that. This is going to be weird. I'll probably lose some of you guys here, but I want you to know this. Take it with a grain of salt. You don't have to believe what I tell you today, right now. The devil and his demons are jealous of us. You wonder why when you talk to them about love and repentance and turning from their evil, wicked ways. You wonder why they get all demonic on you? The humans I'm talking about? Because they're influenced by demons. That's who they are. Satan convinces people that being gay is okay. It's not. It's not okay. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by the angels of God because of the same ideologies, the same lie, the same mentality. They're being homosexuals, bisexuals, and having all these sexual perversions, orgies, etc. That's an abomination to God. The devil uses the word love to brainwash the sinners who don't want to fight their sin. They don't want to fight against the weakness of the flesh. That's a problem. Now, I tell you all of this, and hopefully if you are a libtard, or a person that does not think the way we think, I tell you this because it's the truth. Now, here's the kicker. While all of this is an abomination, this is the message that we preach to the world. For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son to die for our sins. Even though that is an abomination, you have a choice. You can repent. Jesus also said, deny yourself and follow me. So gay people, bisexuals, all these perverts doing all these kinds of orgies, yeah, it feels good for the flesh, I know. Been there, done that. I'm not telling you I'm a saint. What I'm telling you is that it's not right. And we got to fight it. If you don't preach the truth to correct our bad ways, we will never become better people. Once you cross that moral boundary, It started with just homosexuality. Then lesbians, bisexuals, then they added queer folk, and then they added transgenders. Drag queens turned into transgender. Now they got pedophiles, which is interesting because they don't call themselves that. Just Trump, because they hate Trump. But they are pedophiles on the LGBTQ. This non-gender bullshit is if they are spirits, what the fuck? You live in the flesh. Of course you have a gender, you dumbass. What the hell you mean you're they, them, you're plural? What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of nonsense are you smoking? You can't fix stupid, and if you're stupid, I'm sorry, that's the way you're going to stay. Pray to God that you can see the light and the truth. But the indoctrination of evil over our children is true. You don't have to believe in God. If you're a non-believer, hey, ignore everything that I'm telling you. But if you think that you're a Christian and you support Democrats who want to mutilate our children, you're not a Christian. You don't even know who the hell you are. And no, you do not know who the God that we serve is. You do not know who Jehovah is. You don't know who Jah is. You don't know who Yahweh is. You don't know who the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is. You are no Christian by any means. You are the devil. You are Satan. America is being destroyed because they're getting farther and farther and farther away from God. You hear all this, reporters, anchors, news, and all this stuff. And, oh, my God, the United States of America, 250 years. What an amazing task and how wonderful. 250 years old is the greatest country in the world. And then you have countries that are thousands of years old. Speaker Mike Johnson. This is why I love this guy. Speaker Mike Johnson helps veterans. He makes it a task to help veterans. He's a Christian man. Is he perfect? No. Nobody is. If you think somebody's perfect, you're stupid. No, Jesus loves me. That's why he came and died for me on the cross. But fuck you very much for your opinion. I want to tell you something. Mike Johnson quotes the Bible quite often. He believes in God. He believes in self-determination, but he believes that there is a higher power above him that gives him the strength, that gives him the wisdom, the patience. To God be all the glory. Now, with that being said, Mike Johnson acknowledges, as many other conservative Christians, real Christian men, that the Constitution of the United States of America was inspired by the Word of God, by Christian Judaism beliefs. And that God that unites Jews and Christians is the same God that we believe and trust and wait upon. Two nations who will not be denied the miracle that God has made. Israel, little tiny country, because of God, powerful. It's like the moon. We love the moon, right? The United States of America. A baby. The baby. Big country, but a baby. 250 years old baby. Most powerful country on earth. By God's grace, we are. We are the biggest miracles alive today. Israel and the United States of America. And you can look at the United States of America as the sun. We are the light in the day and the light in the night. I'm going to tell you right now, I can't come up with this type of talk. If you have ears to hear, listen to what the Holy Spirit says to you. I know you can't believe that a loudmouth person like me can give you the word from God. But I can tell you, I come not this close to the dirt on my Lord Jesus Christ's sandals when he was on earth. That's how great he is. And yet he uses people like me to give you his love and his word. But only those who are chosen will receive the word. For many, many will be called, but very few will be chosen. And when the end of days comes to this earth, many will say, what kind of God punishes us this way? But the few who were chosen will say, what kind of person did not listen to the Father God? I can tell you, every single day we come into this channel and we tell the truth and we show you, and you deny it. You call it a lie. Listen, this is not for everybody. You want to talk gossip? Let's talk gossip. You want to talk politics? We can talk about all those things. But when God speaks and you don't understand, it's because you are not chosen. Jesus Christ, not Jesus from Mexico. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, loves everybody. But the United States of America has done something that no other country in the world has done. They built a constitution under God, created the nation under God, not under Satan, under God. It's fantastic. This country is phenomenal. Everybody. Jesus Christ loves everybody. He died for everybody. He died for the gays. He died for the drunks. He died for all sinners because he loves us. Because he loves us. What don't you understand about that? What about that you don't understand? Don't delete comments. I want to hear your response. What do you think that means? What do you think that means? You obviously don't pay attention to my channel. You would have heard this already. Jesus Christ says, deny yourself. Repent from your wicked ways. Let me tell you what happens when you do. You will be surprised, Vilma. You will be surprised. That is a lie that the devil has given you. Let me tell you right now, sis. The Bible says that God calls homosexuality, sexual perversion, a abomination. It is an abomination to God. He does not see you. You can't be gay and call yourself a Christian. It doesn't work. He still doesn't see you. Sin governs your life. Sin covers your soul. And without repentance, God does not look at you. He does not hear your prayers. Even though the Holy Spirit is merciful and some things can come to light. Here is the catch that you all, not you all, but a lot of people out there miss. Homosexuality, sexual perversion, that's an abomination, and God does not see you. If you continue this life, because it separates you from God, you cannot have a relationship with God. I rebuke all these demons in the name of Jesus Christ. For those of you who listen, let me make it very clear. I'm going to give you a very simple example so maybe you can understand how this works. Right now, you are covered in mud. You're just mud. When you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and repent from your sins, and you got to make a commitment, you got to fight every day against the flesh and desires. It's like Jesus hosing you off, taking all the mud away. Now the Father can see you. Are you going to be perfect? No. No man will ever be perfect. Are you still going to struggle with thoughts? Sure. Fight it. Don't act on it. There's a lot of men that says, oh, I don't get tempted by women. Well, maybe you're gay. Women are a big temptation. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. Money, greed, pride, gluttony, all of those things are temptation. Food, drugs, all of it is temptation to anybody. Some are more tempted than others with different things. But we still need to fight those things. If you're a Christian, test yourself on this. When you go to your friend's house and the wife is hot, do you go sleep with her and ignore that you have a friendship with her husband? Maybe a brother? You don't. Because you listen to God. Because you fight to be a good person. You ever seen people that, I don't want to look. Nope, I don't want to look. Well, they don't want to sin. They don't want to be tempted. They're fighting that curiosity to see their body naked. Now, we're all tempted at the beach. Booty's bouncing up and down. I'm not going to lie. Titty's bouncing up. Depends. Every guy has a different taste, right? But those are things that you have to look into. Like my wife. Bro, listen, I know. My wife may not have the body that a lot of people want, a lot of men want. There's a lot of women out there with some curves that, you know what I'm saying? But I don't find those women attractive. I mean, I'm not calling them ugly. I'm not finding them attractive as in I want to go sleep with them or lay with them. No. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're pretty. They're, sexy. Yeah, whatever. But when I'm with my wife, she's just, I don't know, man. It's just like I just love my wife. And I'm going to love her and appreciate her as long as God allows me to have her or as long as she has me. Because any day she can dump me. Yeah, that's a reality. But I love every moment that I get with my wife. You know, I appreciate it. I mean, look at me. I got all my defects. My wife loves me. And I'm going to love her as long as she loves me. And even after, I will still love her. But what I'm trying to say is that you are free to go and sleep with whoever you want, with anybody's wives. You are free to go and rob banks and be an alcoholic. And you can go and do all of these things. You are free to make your choice any given time. But with that choice, you will either be rewarded or you will be punished. It's hard, man. Temptation is hard. Trust me, I have been tempted multiple times. Woo! Couple of times. I've been called gay because I don't go over there and act on the nakedness of a woman that is provoking me. I just walk away. Are you gay? How can you not touch? You know, don't get me wrong. I want to jump on that horse. You know what I'm saying? But you got to fight it. You know, and the flesh is so weak. And you know, it's just you got to fight it, man. Let me tell you why. Hey, Raj, babe, how are you, sis? You know, let me tell you why the Bible or the disciples decided that it was a good idea to open up churches or cells or groups where people that are Christ-like minded will come together. Because, you know, it's hard to live through life with temptation and no support group. You know what I mean? Like the Holy Spirit is there to help you, but at any given moment, how many times have I shared this with you guys, you know, in my lives before? Depression is a problem. The depression is one of those things that it just tempts you to do bad things and just be miserable. So you got to fight it. That's right. There's only one, sis. You got it. You know, people that listen to us, correct them, trying to straighten them up and guide them in the right path, they think that's hate. But what they don't understand is hate is having somebody that doesn't give a shit to what happens to them. That's hate. Somebody that looks at you, sees you in sin, sees that you're going to hell, and they think that because, you know, if I think it's okay, I guess he will be. You're not God. Only God can make that judgment. And you can say, you can judge for good or bad. I don't give a shit. Only God can make that judgment of going or not going to hell. When you support people that are dying in sin, you think you're doing the right thing, but you're not. You're judging them and yourself to hell. Why do they hate Christians? Do they go out there and start killing homosexuals? No, we don't do that. We just give the message. We just give the message. The Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. I would never want to run away from ICE. So I'm going to tell my neighbor, don't come to this country illegally. That's love. I don't say don't come here at all. You say you got to do it the right way. That's love. Teaching somebody to do something the right way. Many Spanish churches out there, the biggest sin that they commit is not tell the congregation the truth. Why do you think that is? Put it in the chat. Why do you think Hispanic churches don't preach the truth to illegal immigrants in their churches? The answer is obvious, right? Put it in the chat if you're on my page. Because the congregation depends on the numbers of these illegal immigrants in their church. Because those illegal immigrants bring money into the church. And those illegal immigrants bring money into the church that the leaders, the pastors, take as their wealth. This is the reality of Christianity. Those pastors, those thieves, they will be held accountable for stealing from God. Paul Salazar is one of those illegal immigrants that probably goes to a Spanish church. The hypocrite. You're breaking the law. You're a criminal. That's not what Jesus taught. Jesus said, love your neighbor. When you love somebody, you tell them the truth. I love Catholics. I got to tell them, get rid of your damn idols. Your little saints are idols. Get rid of them. You know what I've seen now? I actually have seen some Catholic churches with no idols. Seriously. They love the religious practice. I like it. I think it's very, what do you call it? What's the word? Oh my gosh. I can't think. In Spanish or English, the word is gone. When you're like respectful, you're, what's the word that we use in church? Anybody? Throw it on there. Come on, it's in the tip of my brain. I'm almost there. You are not submissive. It's sort of like submissive, respectful. There's a word for it. Somebody help me out. I hope that that you can put that word on the chat. And if that's what it is, I will go ahead and acknowledge that that's what it is. Don't be shy. Just go ahead and put a thought in there. Reverence Michael Beale. First, oh my gosh, I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Reverencia, that's right. Reverence. Oh, man. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I really am appreciative. They're like Mass, right? They're very reverent when they come into the Catholic Church. They do. Listen, you can call them hypocrites. You can call them whatever you want. But I can tell you, this whole personation thing, to me, that's stupid. But that's just me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you Catholics. That, to me, is just stupid. But it's a religious act. Religious is just something that you do daily. That's your religious thing to do. But the reverence that they have when it comes to, doing la misa, what do you call that? Where they give you that little bread. What's that in English? I'm sorry, guys. Misa. How do you guys say that in English? Some of my Hispanic friends tell me here, or if you are an American Catholic, that you can help me with these words. It's now Passover. Oh my gosh, my brain is leaving me. What is that? Oh my gosh, seriously? I don't talk about church things often enough anymore. I'm all politics now, it seems like. They do it like some Sundays. It's communion. Oh, Michael. Man, Michael must be a good Catholic, man. God bless you, Michael. Thank you, brother. Communion. That's right. Even Robert knows. He's actually fallen asleep on my show, but even Robert knows. Yeah, so during Mass, they're reverent. I love that. Listen, I really do. I love that. Everybody's quiet. You know what I'm saying? They bow their heads. And it's not in reverence to the Father or whatever they want to call their leader. It's to God. The reverence that they are in a place where they honor God, where they give to God, and they say, okay, I'm in God's house. And they really respect that. They bow their heads, and I love all that stuff, okay? I don't agree with everything they do in there, but Catholics are Christians. Whether people like it or not is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They are Christians. They believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I just say, just get rid of the idols. Don't have Jesus Christ on the cross. You can have a cross, but he's not there no more. So don't put him back on the cross. You know what I'm saying? Don't use idols. You can use symbols, that's fine, but don't worship them. Catholics have a problem where they go, the Virgin Mary, la Virgen de Suyapa, de Guadalupe, they get all these freaking virgins everywhere. Stop it. Idolatry is a sin, and God hates it. So get rid of it. The Apostle Paul wrote 7 letters to 7 different churches. And they were all different churches. And he will always say, my children, my little children, spiritually, my little children, I love you in the love of our Lord Jesus Christ. And he will start this, and I love this about you, and you are doing this phenomenal. You're doing this great, but this I have against you, that you allow this harlot, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? And it goes like that. So I recommend you read the book of Paul. I think Paul is one of my favorites. And, you got Baptists, you got Methodists, Pentecostals. I question prophetic churches. I question what other Christian denominations do I question? Lutherans. They call themselves Lutherans because of Martin Luther King, right? Am I right about that? And they don't act like Christians. They don't. I don't know why. It's like, why pretend you're a Christian when you don't act like one? How do you act like a Christian? Do you speak better? Yeah, probably. Are you kind to people? Yeah, sure. Are you fair? Are you just? No? Well, you're not a good Christian, but you can still call yourself a Christian. You know what was the biggest problem that I had when I was a missionary pastor? I didn't want to be a pastor anymore because I couldn't hold my tongue anymore. I couldn't accept how much unappreciative people are. And as a pastor, you have to accept that. I was putting aside my family, my wife and my kids. And I finished my 5 years as I promised to God. And if he calls me back, then I will have to change my language, I'm sure. But if God calls me, of course, I'm going to answer to the call. But with that being said, Rush Bevs puts Baptist, Mormons. Well, first of all, with Mormons, I had when I was missionary pastor, I was helping out this Mexican pastor in the church. Now, what's the difference between me and the other pastor? And now the other pastor will get mad at me because I always tell them the truth. And I always tell the people, listen, if you are here in this church, I'm not going to, assume that you are illegal. But if you are illegal, I'm just going to tell you right now. If they deport you, don't come back. I recommend that you go back to your country or be ready to get deported at some point. Okay? Don't tell me that it's God's will to come to this country if you have to do it illegally. Now, I know, before you Christians get on my side about that and say, oh, yeah, Dennis, you're right. Let me remind you that Abraham lied and said his wife was his sister. So there's that. With that being said, I always told them the truth. You can be deported. This is the law of the land. You lie, there's a consequence for that lie. You cheat, there's a consequence for that cheat. Now, I can tell you this. When I go and preach, when I went to preach at a Baptist church, the complaint that I always got, this is crazy. The complaint that I always got was, you're not a Baptist. And I'm like, no, I'm a Christian. But you're not a Baptist. You can't preach at a Baptist church. I said, why? I'm preaching from the Bible. Am I saying something that's not true? No, but you preach like a Pentecostal. And I was like, okay, sure. I go and I will preach at a Pentecostal church. And the one thing that they will judge me on, why you preach like a Baptist? Just, oh my God, bro. I'm preaching from the Bible. This is what the Bible says, and that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. And you know, it doesn't matter what denomination that I went and preached at. They always blame me to preach like somebody else's like a different denomination. Now, just so you know, denominations are man-made. Okay, the Bible is not a denomination. Christianity is not a denomination. Christianity is just a follower of Christ. This is where the culture of following Christ comes from, Christianity. But Baptists, that's human-made. Catholics, human-made. Triangular, Reform, Evangelical, Prophetical, Pentecostal, blah, blah. It's all man-made denominations. So they're useless. They're meaningless. We shouldn't have those. It should just be Christians, period. Man, I don't know, man. You know what? Somebody had to hear that today. Let me just read something that will trigger the libtards. Now, fair warning, don't type a hateful message letting me know that you are a libtard. As of right now, there's no libtards on my chat. But this will trigger some libtards. Here we go. President Donald Trump. Well, actually, let me, I'll put it up there so that you guys can read it with me. There we go. President Donald Trump says, I would like to congratulate President Xi and the great country of China on their massive birthright citizenship win. What do you think about that? Put it on the chat. What do you think he means? Anybody? I can tell you what he means. Put it in the chat. Come on, let me read it from you guys. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Wow. This is going to be fun. Put it in the chat. Read that message. Read that message and tell me what does he mean by that. Everybody, just put something on there. No, user. That's not what that means. Now get out of here. You see, you had a chance. Now get the hell out of my chat. Rush, babe. Sis, just shut the hell up, will you? Stop helping. Well, no, I did say everybody. Never mind. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's, man, you hit the nail on the head. That was too fast, Rush, babe. Nothing can get through my sister. This is why I love Rush, babe. She's fantastic. She's like Trinity's twin sister, I think. Yeah. Oh man, I love Rush, babe. She's always in here spitting facts and just throwing throughs and just cooking fools left and right. That is exactly what they mean, Rush, babe. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just joking, Rush. You were right on it. You didn't have to retract that. I'm sorry. I was just joking with you. That is true. That's 100% what I think that is. By us being fools in the Supreme Court and allowing our enemies, besides making good money, true. Tanya, what? I guess he congratulated the win of China getting it done and America can't. No, Tanya. No, what Rush Babe said was right. I guess I made her retract the comment, but she hit the nail on the head. Because China has been what do you call that? Jason Martin still here? What do you guys call that? The subordinate? No. What do they call those people that come in here just to make the babies and then take them back to China? Surrogates. Yeah, surrogate, right? Surrogate parents. They come in here, make the babies, born American, anchor babies, born American, and then they take them back to China and indoctrinate them with the Chinese belief or whatever you want to call that, and then come back into this country. It is a cultivation. It is a cultivation of citizens. And I spoke about this before, and I told you, I asked you, how do you think China became so big? A lot of people say wars. Yeah, sure. Battles. Yeah, sure. But when they couldn't beat them, China learned to use the humanitarian side of people, of countries, of cities. And China started multiplying to where the Chinese overpopulated all these countries around it. Like Tibet, for example, right? All these countries around that became China, whatever. And then they use a democracy, which nobody can really argue. And because they overpopulated the other countries, the Chinese citizens voted to unite China. That's just my own words. You can look it up, find out for yourself how it really happened. But that's what I believe. That's how it is. It's happening right here in the United States of America. If you are on the left side, you don't understand what that means. I don't think you understand what that means. Not only do we have illegal immigrants in this country, they're not just illegal immigrants that come here to find a job that their piece of shit country can't give them. Not only do they come to the United States of America to build a house that their piece of shit country can't allow them to make. Not only are they here to get a better education that their piece of shit country can give them. Not only can they do they come to America to enjoy the freedoms that their piece of shit country doesn't give them. Not only do they come to America to acquire the American dream that their piece of shit country can give them. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, these are the same people that are waving that piece of shit country flag. It's a fact. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Shouldn't they be waving the American flag instead of the Mexican flag? Why are there so many Mexicans on here? So many dumb-ass Americans that call themselves Mexicans. Hey, listen, if you're my subscriber, if you're a follower, I don't give a shit, but that is the truth. That is the truth. If you are born in the United States of America, you are not Mexican. And if you call yourself Mexican, you're in the wrong freaking country. My son, he's half black and half Hispanic because of me. He comes to me and he says, Dad, I have a question for you. You're very political. You have your strong opinions on things. I always consider myself a American Honduran. And I said, well, you're a fool. You're not Honduran. Who told you that you're Honduran? Well, Dad, you're from Honduras. I was like, yeah, that's a nationality. Unless you were born in Honduras, you are not Honduran. Now, if we go and take the argument that I have dual citizenship, then yeah, sure. He can call himself American Honduran. He will be claiming my jurisdiction, my citizenship, not his mother's. So, we have Chicanos, Mexicans that are born in California. Okay, well, they're American. Now, they got a nickname, but that's not a nationality. That's just a nickname. These people that call themselves African American, the hell do you mean, African American? That's not a nationality. Mexicans don't call themselves Americans, they call themselves Mexicans. Canadians don't call themselves Americans, they call themselves Canadians. Hawaiians don't call themselves Americans, they call themselves Hawaiians, even though they are actually American now. Because the country, the nationality, the name of our nation is America. The North America territory that belongs to the United States of Mexico, that's Mexico. Mexico, if you want to say it right. But Mexico, that's why they're Mexicans. I'm Honduran because I was born in Honduran. American because I was naturalized American. Those are just nationalities. Ethnicities is a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. But to call yourself African American is the stupidest thing that you can do. I'm sorry, black folks, but that's the stupidest thing that you can say. Jose Duarte, oh, thank you for the chat, bro. Jose Duarte, he's born in Portugal. He's Portuguese. I'm not going to say, hey, Jose is European. No, he's Portuguese. I don't say I'm Central American. I say I'm Honduran. I don't say I'm Northern American. I say I'm American. Nationalities. Nationalities. If you're a black American, okay, you can call yourself a color. I mean, you have to describe ourselves, right? I don't call myself a white Hispanic. I'm a Hispanic, period. So black people, they're just American. You know what I'm saying? We're all mutts. Normandy, no brains. But we're all mutts. We're all mixed with something. African American makes perfect sense. It means black American because they have same origin story but different parts of Africa. Ghost, you are a fucking ghost. No brains. I'm sorry. Hey, black people, you can get pissed off at me. I don't give a shit. You are not African American. Are you from Gambia? Are you from Ghana? Which country in Africa are you from? Are you from Morocco? Are you from Nigeria? What country in Africa are you actually from? Call yourself that if you know. I guarantee you don't know shit where you're from. The ignorance of people. The ignorance of people. Why are you Norwegian? How are you Norwegian? Let me guess. You were born in Norway. Oh man! Oh, look at that, Keon. Keon came out of the shadows. Bro, what are you on about? Many Asian Americans don't know what country they are from because their ancestors were brought in slaves. Exactly. So if they were born here, they're American. There you go. Gambian Americans. There you go. Okay, I like that. Not African Americans. No. That's not how it works. How you doing, Mr. Reed? Good to see you on here. Ah, man, it's talking about all these nationalities and foreign entities. I guess about, 100 or 300,000 Haitians are going back to their country. There you go. You were born in Norway. That's why you're Norwegian. Nothing to do with your blood. Nope, nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. Those nationalities don't mean shit. Listen, this is an argument that will never end. I can tell you, my coworkers used to argue with me about this shit. And it's just like, bro, you don't get it. Mexican is a nationality. If you're not born in Mexico, you are not Mexican. And this is how I get them. You guys ready? This is the only way that you can get me, but you don't get it because you're not bright. You're not smart enough. Keon, who are you talking to, bro? You missed the point. Many African Americans not know what specific country they are from. So they're Americans, you fucking moron. Keon, don't come over here acting like an ass. I will block you forever. Shut the hell up if you don't have no fucking brains to talk to me today. Learn how to talk to me, you moron. Listen, it is a nationality. If you were born in the United States of America, you are American. That's it. If you were born in a country, this is so simple. If you were born in a country in Africa, you can claim that. So which part of Africa? Are you Egyptian? What are you? Are you Somalian? What are you? It's a big fucking difference, isn't it? That's not what I asked. Fucking pay attention, bro. You're not even paying attention. You never fucking listen, do you? It's like you never learn. You always go back to your socialist retarded mindset. I don't get it. Nationalities. If you are born here, okay, get the fuck out of my chat. Don't come back. Fuck you very much and get out of here. If you don't know which country in Africa you were born, you are stupid. Very stupid. Because there will be a birth certificate that will tell you what country you were born. Now, if you were born here in the United States of America, you guys already won. You got birthright citizenship, remember? So you would just be American. That's it. Yep, he's out, Travis. Don't worry about it. There's another one going out, I think, pretty soon. Let's see. Birthright citizenship, very good. Whatever. The thing is that the people, this is why they're so fucking confused with interpreting the Constitution of the United States of America. The people that have Aztec ancestry, Incas, Palos Verdes, Oaxaca, all this type of natives in Mexico, that's the ethnicity. If you were born in Mexico, then you claim the Mexican nationality, and then if you were Americanized, then you're Mexican-American. But if you were born in America, the United States of America, which is the name of the nation, you are just American. Do you understand? It's not hard. Now, if we're going to talk about ethnicities, then I can say, okay, you can say you're an Aztec. I can say I'm in Mayan. We can say that. You can say you're Cherokee, or you can be a Navajo. You can say that. But the nation is the title that we grab for each other. Asian American, that doesn't fucking make sense to me. Are you Chinese, Taiwanese, Laonese? What the fuck kind of Asian are you? Are you Vietnamese? Are you Indian? What kind of Asian are you? It's a stupid thing to say the name of a fucking continent. It makes no sense. Choose your nationality. Where were you born? It's that simple. The names of countries is not your ethnicity. The name of continents is not your ethnicity. Those are two different things. Get that shit out of here with this Latinx. That's how stupid people are. They don't even know who they are. Latinx. They don't even fucking know what gender they are. That's how retarded these people are on the left. Why? Why? What about their background? Like, what do you mean background, Jose? Gus, yeah, I guess. They are stupid labels. Yeah, I can agree with that. No. How many races do we have in this world? Go ahead. How many races do we have in this country, in this world? That's right, good vibes. There's just one, the human race. Eat fresh. I appreciate you being here. Fuck you very much for your comment. Now get out. Miranda, he says 3. One human race. That's it. All these racist people on the left. If you have a lot of different human races, you are a racist. There's only one race, my friend. Black, Asian, it doesn't matter what skin color, what pigmentation you have. We are all humans. You know, that's the difference between us and the leftist people. They're fucking ignorant. You know, this is why we love each other. This is why we love each other. It is. You know, Brian, he's the whitest fucking American I've seen in my life. I love Brian. He's my brother. We are the same race. Different nationalities because I was born in a different country. But now, because of my citizenship, we are truly our brothers now. And it's good to see that other people that live in your country are your brothers. You know, I always consider myself to be a brother of the Navajo Nation. I know, you know, I spend time with them because, you know, I spend time with them. But I see Mexicans on here that are Americans. You know, some of them came here legally, some illegal. You know, they found a break. They are American. They are my brothers. Yeah, some of them disagree with me on immigration. I get it. That's fine. But any American, if you consider yourself to be American, legally American, and you have one of the white privilege cards like this one, bam! You are my brother and my sister. And if you don't think I am, then, yeah, well, fuck you very much. The sentiment will be returned to you in the same manner which you give to me. But everybody else, man, I mean, it's like, it seems like every conservative, every American that I met, every black, Asian, you know, whatever the, it's weird because we're so accustomed to labeling people that way. I really don't like it, but now we're so used to it. But the reality is that, you know, it's bad to just say Asian. I don't know. I use it all the time, but it doesn't mean that I like it or that I'm right. You know, I don't want to say just, you know, Chinese or Thai or Thailand or Laos or, man, come on. You know, I know sometimes they can't even tell each other apart either, but, you know, it's more respectful, really, to just call them by their name. If they want to identify as something, they can identify as whatever they want, I guess. But the point remains that they're not African American, they're not Asian American. You either know that you're from Korea or that you are from China. You will know if you're Vietnamese or if you are from Laos. Now, all these countries, they border each other, just so you know. Don't think I don't know. You know, Filipinos, they can be Mexicans. They look like Mexicans. They got a full Hispanic name. They were conquered by Spaniard colonizers. We're all mutts, man. We're all mutts. That's all I'm saying. We're all mutts. We're all mutts. I had a video, bro. I hope I can find it. I really hope that I can find it. It was a short that I thought was very funny. Somebody played... maybe I'll play Benny's short that he shared. Man, I like the one that I saw yesterday. Let me see. Maybe I can find it. You guys will get a kick out of it. Wow. I don't know. Maybe it was from TikTok. I'm not sure. Maybe it was from TikTok. It was so funny, though, man. The guy was talking about taxes. Dude, this LGBTQ don't know what the fuck to do to make themselves feel relevant. They support anything. It doesn't matter if it's against American citizens. It doesn't matter if it destroys this country. LGBTQ fucking goes and puts that flag everywhere. They don't care. They just, I don't know, man. Hey, Jeff, how are you? Thank you for the salute, my friend. Yeah, we kicked a couple of morons out of here, but for the most part, a lot of people are very good in here. Oh no, man, New York is cooked, bro. Oh man, they are cooked. Let me hear this little briefing from General Keane, not Kane, Keane. He really is sort of like a go-to guy for Fox. They use him a lot. I want to hear what he has to say about this issue with Iran and the United States. Let's hear it from the man himself.
Retired General Jack Keane is a Fox News senior strategic analyst, and it's great to have you here. Just want to put this up there for people to see in case they missed it. This is yesterday from Iranian's president. Mutual understanding is a two-way street. If the American side adheres to the agreement, we will also fulfill our commitments. Our approach to unreasonable saber-rattling and baseless threats is to rely on rationality and human dignity in decision-making and to defend decisively and fearlessly when it comes time to act. They always add many more words than they need to, and basically what they're saying. How do you think things are going at the moment as these talks get back underway?
Well, you just put your finger on one of the problems we're facing. At the heart of this issue is we have people saying things that certainly seem reasonable and appealing to us, and then we have actions like we've just witnessed. June the 14th, we got a deal. And that deal had one principal agreement in it, most of it negotiations for 60 days for all the tough issues. But the one agreement was Straits of Hormuz will be opened by the Iranians. The United States will remove the naval blockade. We removed the blockade, and within days of the agreement, the Iranians begin to do what? Control the Straits of Hormuz, directing ships to go, when to depart, where to go, and how much insurance to pay. And those ships that did not abide by it, they fired on them. And that, the president wasn't about to take that, and we responded in kind as a result of it. So now we're going into another phase of negotiations. And listen, on June the 18th, 4 days after the agreement, the Supreme Leader says, number one, we will control the Straits of Hormuz. Number two, we want all sanctions removed. Number three, we want all of our frozen assets back. And number four, we want the United States military presence to depart the Middle East. Now, is he playing to his domestic audience, as people would suggest? Or does that defiance and arrogance sound similar to what we've been experiencing for 47 years? So my suggestion is we've got to roll up our sleeves and make sure who we're dealing to. The people are talking nice to us, and they've given us an expectation that this is all going to work out. And at the same time, we have hardliners and true policymakers taking a completely different approach. I think it's less about the domestic audience, as some would suggest, and it's more about who they really are.
Yeah.
Lauren Simonetti from Fox Business tracks the Strait every day. She says he had about 40 pass through yesterday, of which at least 10 took the Omani routes, which would be considered the international route, that lower route, not the Iranian desired route through the islands that go along its shore there. But Iran's spokesperson for the foreign ministry said about an hour ago that Tehran is determined to maintain its right over the management of the Strait of Hormuz. What does that mean to you when you're trying to mince words for what's considered a domestic audience or an international audience?
Well, isn't that in defiance of the MOU and the agreement we just struck, for sure? Listen, the Straits of Hormuz is a seminal objective that Iran has achieved. Control over it. I think it's up there with nuclear weapons. And I say that because it gives them deterrence. The reality is they have geopolitical influence as a result of it in the region. We can shut it down anytime we have a problem with you. Anytime we have a problem with the United States. That's leverage. That gives them dominance and over escalation. And that is an achievement that they have. I think at some point we're likely, given what you just heard and what their actions speak, we will find ourselves at some point having to take control of it ourselves and open it up. But we're down this path. We're certainly going to give this an opportunity to see if it works out. But we have to maintain a healthy dose of skepticism here.
So as somebody who has a little bit of skepticism is Adam Smith. He's a congressman from Washington State, and he said this about optimism in the Trump administration?
The administration seems optimistic that Iran is going to agree to open up the strait and it's all going to go fine. I don't see a lot of evidence of that. So it's not sort of much that they're not telling us stuff. It's just we see what's going on. They say everything's fine. Iran's going to agree to everything we want them to agree to. And I doubt that.
Perhaps you can also be clear-eyed, hopeful, optimistic and pragmatic, and also hold the leverage that the Americans have in terms of firepower as you go into these negotiations.
Yeah, I think that's where the president is. I mean, we have our negotiators who are working the situation. They have the relationship with the Iranians. They've been at this a long time, and they have a tendency to look very favorably on that, and I can understand it. You're in the middle of it. The backstop we have is the president. He just showed us where he is, and he's not going to take them what they say. He's going to believe what they do, and that, in the final analysis, is going to be the critical thing here.
Okay, last topic here. I got about 30 seconds, and it's a big one. Okay, recruiting for the U.S. military is through the roof. It hits a 15-year high. I mean, just up 103%. It's awesome. I don't know where you're going to be on Saturday, but how are you going to feel?
Well, I feel good right now. I've been feel good for a long time being an American and being fortunate to be here all my life and also to serve my country. Listen, we don't take lightly a young American raising his hand or her hand and saying, I'm willing to protect the American people and make sacrifices to do that. That is quite a statement being made. And we welcome them. And we know for a fact, whether you spend 3 years with us or 30 years with us, you're going to benefit from this experience.
Yes.
You're going to be surrounded by people from all walks of life in America, different cultural, different ethnic, different races, different religions. You're going to have a shared experience. You're going to find out so much about yourself, and you're going to get a great start in life. You're going to grow and develop as a human being, and you're going to learn lots and lots about who you are and who you are not.
Well stated.
Yeah, clip that and send it around.
Happy birthday, Jackeen. Happy birthday, America.
And happy birthday to my mom today as well, Jan.
Happy birthday to everybody born in the month of June with yours truly, the host here at the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you guys for being here with me today. Now, let me read a little post that I have on my phone here. Now, this is from Justice Thomas. Now, he rips the Supreme Court birthright citizenship ruling, says that today's opinion devalues that citizenship. It's good to know that we do have some people that do have common sense and that think in the right mind. Now, before I get to show you the next clip here, the outrage after Supreme Court deals a major blow to Trump. That's the name of the video that I'm going to show you. With Iran, let me just tell you this. People can. I think by this point we're a little bit used to the negativity from those who hate America. We're used to these falsehoods of Iran won, the United States of America lost, Trump is a moron, blah blah blah, whatever. We know the truth, and it doesn't matter what the libtards say. The fact is that we can destroy them at any given moment. Trump just doesn't want to do that. Make up your mind. Do you want him to start World War III? Do you want him to destroy Iran? Or are you fucking morons just going to go against anything that he does and say? Answer that question honestly and shut the hell up. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to read it. With that being said, let me go ahead and play this clip here real quick. Let's see, what is this? Okay, here we go. Let it rip. Oh shit! What I do it? Where I put it? Where I put it? There it is.
Well, the Supreme Court ending its term today with two major rulings. The first, upholding birthright citizenship for all people born in the United States, including the children of illegal immigrants. The second, upholding Idaho and West Virginia's bans on biological boys competing in girls' sports. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, here with my co-hosts, Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany. And also joining us today, Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor, and Captain Barry Butch Wilmore, Fox News contributor and NASA astronaut. Now, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the opinion for the majority in the birthright citizenship case, arguing this, quote, "Those children are thus subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They satisfy both elements of the citizenship clause. They are born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof."
My argument was what? Somebody pay attention? What I want to hear is, and they have to mention it, if they acknowledge that the parents are illegal, if they acknowledge that the parents are illegal, I want you to explain to me right here. How is it that the children that belong to their parents, how is it that they fall under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America? How? I get it. I get the wording. They were born here. How? My children do not belong to the government. They belong to me. Explain it. Peter, don't put stupid comments on here. Just answer the question. Explain that to me. Why does the Supreme Court say that the government has full jurisdiction of your children? I'm against that, and I think that's a problem. That is a big problem. That is the same thing that we're fighting with these transgender issues. The government indoctrinating our children into LGBTQ nonsense. We see the videos, we see the schools, we see the papers, we see the flags. Even Gay Obama put the rainbow flag, the rainbow colors in the White House to celebrate Michelle, his wife, or whatever the hell that thing is. That is the same thing that we're fighting. The children do not belong to the government. I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. And it's sad that Supreme judges think like this. Can we say that these fucking people are evil, tyrannical? How dare they say that our children belong to them? Hey, listen. It is what it is. They want to continue to give. Thank you guys for the jewels. If they want to continue to give our enemies, because let's be clear. Every illegal immigrant, let's be clear. We already have a bunch of moronic Americans born here entitled that don't appreciate the freedoms that they have. And they say they hate America, but it's very funny, they don't want to leave. But let's be clear. Every illegal immigrant that comes in, I want to say every, but most illegal immigrants that come into this country. I'm going to ask you a question. Which country does your loyalty belong to? Which country does your loyalty belong to? Somebody asked me that. Be nice. I know, Harry, I know, but be nice. I can't wait to go get my Trump passport. I'm going to get this, I'm going to order a new one. I should have it by middle of August, beginning of August. I was born in Honduras. Man, you guys don't read my profile, bro. Go to my channel profile. I tell you everything. I even show you there's 2 clips, 2 videos of my oath. Not just to the country, but to the flag. Go do some research. Don't be lazy, man. Give me some real questions. You guys should know that by now. Hey, Alan, how are you? Leon, to the kingdom of heaven, no country. Well, you must be an angel with no citizenship in this country, in this world. Nope, not bootlicking. Nope, just an American citizen. I can protect my country. I can defend it. I can love it and honor it and respect it. And I don't give a shit if you don't like the United States of America. I love it, and I don't care what you think. Thank you, In and Out. But where does your loyalty lie? Where does the loyalty belong to? If you say the United States of America, then show it. Defend our laws. Who does the United States of America's Constitution belong to? Unfortunately, most people on the left and some rhinos believe that the Constitution, even though it says of the United States of America, they believe is for the world. And why wouldn't they believe that when you have jackass judges like this who do no service, who devalue American citizenship? Yeah, the Constitution needs to be amended. I get it. The Constitution needs to be amended. I know. I'm with you on that. But those children are those subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They satisfy both elements of citizenship clause. They are born in the United States of America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. No, they're not. They're minors. In America, we don't believe in separating families. If you believe that statement, if you support that statement, you are separating families. Do you understand the stupidity of that translation? Of course you do. But then you will be admitting, if you agree with me, you would be admitting with me that you are a hypocrite. Maybe I should run for justice. Maybe I should run for justice. Maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah, I agree, Simes. I agree, brother. But does that make sense to you? What I'm telling you, does that make sense? If you believe that a child of an illegal immigrant can be born an American citizen here, belong to the government, not to the parents. You believe that we should separate families? Answer that question, and I'll be so happy if I get somebody on the opposition to answer that question. Why do you support separating families with that ignorant statement and not deportation? It's a real question. Yeah. See, we all belong to the government. the government, we're all one. The government was there to govern over us, but only to adults, consenting adults. Our children who are minors? No. They fall under my jurisdiction as a parent. Yeah, exactly. So if they're born here and they get a birth certificate and, their footprint and their fingerprints get put into the system and they're American, sure. But they can't come back over here until the parents are legal or until they turn 18 years old. Because they can only be under the jurisdiction of the United States of America if they make an oath. Because their parents are illegal. They absolutely need to amend the Constitution. I agree, Stephen. And maybe I'm not wording it right. I could be wrong on the way that I'm saying it. But I do wholeheartedly believe that the children belong to the parents and not to the United States of America. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. I think the justices got it wrong. I think it leaves a door open for our enemies to cultivate their children into our country. That opens doors for our enemies who hate us. And what better way to destroy our economy than to abuse the welfare system? 70% of Haitians are on welfare, free health care. 80% of Somalis, welfare, free health care. Popping babies left and right. $3,000 to $6,000 per baby as a benefit when they do their taxes. Nothing to see. There's nothing wrong. Hey, guys, nothing to see. I'm just a guy who doesn't know what the hell he's saying. What do I know? What do I know? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you have this communist telling you that you shouldn't have any more white babies. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense when they say that we shouldn't have any more white babies because white people, this is so funny, because white people are so high Q that we're going to continue to invent and evolve and we're going to we're going to use all the resources to create the things that are going to better our future, and we can't allow that. These people really believe that we need to go backwards in our civilization. They really believe that we need to dial down our hunger for technology and advancement. Can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up. Let you finish.
In the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Under the Constitution, they are citizens at birth. And Justice Clarence Thomas dissenting, writing this, the citizenship clause added greatly to the dignity and glory of American citizenship. He writes, today's opinion devalues that citizenship.
There you go.
In the cases on girls' sports, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote for the majority saying this, separate sports teams for biological males and biological females are reasonable given the inherent physical differences between the sexes. And adding this, in recent years, 27 states and various sports governing bodies have all drawn the same line. Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson agreed with parts of the majority's opinion, but disagreed with others. Justice Sotomayor writing this litigation implicates deeply sensitive, contentious, and evolving issues. The majority extends great sympathy to those it favors, the young cisgender girls and women who play sports. I share that sympathy. Kaylee, so much coming out, frankly, a win, I argue, on that front at least, for constitutional protections and for just basic biblical values and basic common sense. Girls are over here and boys are over here.
No doubt. And I love the way Kavanaugh begins his opinion by talking about Title IX, which came out in 1972, and what a win this was for young women everywhere. He has two really interesting data points. He said there were 300,000 girls in high school sports before Title IX. Now there are more than 3.5 million, and we can say thank you, Title IX, for that. And he goes to state the obvious and talks about the biological differences between men and women. This is called science. But it is shocking to me that 3 liberal female justices on the court dissented from that common sense opinion, not standing up for young women everywhere. They want to take us back to when there were 300,000 students, young women, competing in high school sports. It's unthinkable. But I really want to address birthright citizenship for a moment, if I can. To me, this was wrongly decided. I entirely agree with Justice Thomas. And here's why. There are 6 billion people in the world, about 3 billion of them women. Do you think the founders intended for all of these women, billions of people, to have the right to come to the United States, give birth, have a citizen, and then, if you want, go back to the CCP, go back to China, and you have a child with U.S. citizenship? That is unthinkable. That is not what the founders intended. Thomas methodically goes through text and history to show that this was the 14th Amendment was designed for freed slaves. It was designed to overturn Dred Scott. That is the purpose of this. Because these individuals were domiciled here, they were citizens of the United States. That is separate and distinct from a foreigner who is not domiciled here, who is not deserving of citizenship. The logical outcome of this opinion is a travesty. I talked to Tommy Spigot at the State Department, who talked about hundreds of cases from West Africa and North Africa, people using fraudulent documents to engage in birth tourism here, 400 from Europe alone in 1 year, 1 to 1.5 million Chinese nationals coming over here to have a U.S. citizen. They have houses in Texas. Ken Paxton is prosecuting this with little nurseries lined up where Chinese women come have their babies and then go back to the CCP. This was not as the founders designed, and I'll just end by saying Justice Thomas was exactly correct when he says this opinion will not stand the test of time. I agree.
Now, isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy that a year ago I made a video telling everybody exactly this? It's not that Fox gives me the information. And listen, I don't care how you like me or don't like me. I am a migrant. I'm not stupid. I am well educated. But if I talk with foul language like to these fucking libtards, it's because that's the only language they know how to talk. But I will say this over and over again. Nobody can challenge me on any immigration issues. I know how it works. I know what it takes. See, I have this thing called curiosity. My curiosity forces me to search information. For example, I apply for my own citizenship. Many go and pay thousands of dollars for a paralegal to fill out their forms. Now, just so you know, I hate filling out forms. But I went to the government's website and I started reading which documents do I need. And I start reading all the requirements. What are the rules for this? And then I find my information. I'm like, hey, what about, I still got time. What about somebody that just wants to come here to work? Requirements. Okay. The same vetting system. Okay. With temporary company because it's a sponsor. Okay. Okay. How can I lose my green card? Okay. Can I lose my citizenship as a naturalized American citizen? Yeah, I can. Up to 10 years. Yeah. I do my research. And because I'm a migrant, I also know how illegal immigrants come over here. And it's not just ignorance that they don't know how to go to the embassy of the United States of America. It's because they are criminals. Because they know that they don't qualify to come into the United States of America. I know it sounds harsh and I don't give a shit what you think. The fact is that the truth is the truth, and you got to say it as it is. Due process is given to foreigners at the American embassy. It's a constitutional right. You don't demand due right when you have broken due process. I'm sorry, you don't demand due process when you yourself denied due process to come to this country. That's crazy, ain't it? The UK is kicking some ass. UK is doing good. I know it looks bad. I know. It looks bad, but I think the UK, the people are waking up, and that's what they need. You know, I remember, I think maybe my man sent me a link on this, but I remember Ronald Reagan said something about, what did he say? Let me remember a little bit. Ronald Reagan said something about the people, the American people, sometimes needs sort of a bad experience to remember who they are. I can't quite remember the words that he says, but I will give you an example. September 11. Who put the flower on my face? All right, I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna put it up there. All right. Okay. There you go. That's better. It was right on my face. I felt the heat. I'm going to give you one example. September 11th, 2001. Our country in the 90s started to get a little restless. Thank you, TM. Started to get a real restless and a little bit racist, to be honest, and that was still going on. Early 90s, we had Rodney King get the shit beat out of him by police officers, and that's what you got to say. And can't we all just get along? You know what I mean? But in 9/11, 2001, where over 2,700 Americans, 2,800, I think, something like that, Americans died. Black people, white people, Asians, police, fire departments, civilians, all Americans, for that one tragic day. We all felt pain together. Just the ones that care about America. We felt pain together. We gave a moment of silence. We were in disbelief. We didn't care what sex we were. We didn't care what color we were. We didn't care what religion, except Muslim, because they're the ones that did this. We didn't care about all the little things that we have that we thought were different. We just became one nation again. And the Middle East felt the power of the roar of the American nation. True, Rush. I saw that. Our enemies have infiltrated our country. There's no doubt. Our enemies have infiltrated our country. I know you don't want to believe that Muslims are that enemy. Some people are Muslims, and because of their ignorance, they don't know how bad it is. Even they will pay the price. We don't give a shit about the gay parade. This is a month of veterans, American patriots, not proudful garbage people that are proud of being stupid. I'm going to tell you something. I'm a migrant that became naturalized American citizen, and I love this country. I will always love this country. This country is very special, has a unique history in some ways. I'm not Islamophobic because I'm not afraid of these fucking idiots. To have a phobia means that I'm afraid of something. I'm not Islamophobic, let me tell you that right now. I do, however, in the midst of my anger, carry the love of my Lord Jesus Christ. I'm weak in the flesh, and I can make a mistake at any given moment. But I pray that it doesn't happen. I pray that I continue to stand with the American people and those who stand up for justice, for the truth, real truth. Common sense is just a way for us to find that truth. A year ago, I mentioned everything that they just mentioned in Fox today. I'm not saying I know everything, but I know what I'm talking about. Immigration, you will never beat me on that because I am a migrant, but I'm a person that has become an American citizen, and I love this country. And believe it or not, that is an advantage to you, the American people. I appreciate you guys for loving me, for supporting me, for accepting me as one of your brothers. And you know what? I ask God to give me patience and wisdom. But I can't wait to go and visit the Navajo reservation in Arizona. Spend some time with my Navajo people. I want to pray. I want to eat with them. I want to have conversations with them. And hopefully, I can take you with me. This weekend, I'm going to do a live streaming on my drive. Maybe. No promise. No promise, but there's a big chance that I will stream my live on my way down to Eastern Washington. We'll see what happens. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. We'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.